All right, the Senate will come back to order. The Senate will come back to order. Chair recognizes the senator from the 56th for a motion.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to urgently remove Senate Bill 76 from the table.
Somebody's feeling festive today. Mr. Secretary, can you please read the caption of Senate Bill 76?
Senate Bill 76, a bill by Senators Albers of the 56 and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 12 of Chapter 3 of Title 38 and Part 4 of Article 2 of Chapter 5 of Title 46 of the OCGA relating to Emergency Communications Authority and Emergency Telephone Number 911 System, respectively, so as to provide for next generation 911 systems and services and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Public Safety recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Albers of the 56th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Public Safety offered the following substitute to Senate Bill 76, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 40-2-86 of the OCGA relating to special license plates promoting or supporting certain worthy agencies, funds, or nonprofit corporations with proceeds dispersed to the general fund and the agency, fund, or nonprofit corporation so as to establish a specialty license plate and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
For what purpose does the senator from the 29th rise?
Mr. Chairman, ask for unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 31st for business inside the Capitol.
Without objection, the senator from the 31st is excused. The senator from the 56th has moved that the Senate take off the table Senate Bill 76. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and Senate Bill 76 is removed from the table. The chair now recognizes the senator from the 56th to present the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, Senators. If I could have your attention for a moment, this is an important bill. Many of us have had a child in our district that has been the recipient of health care from the Shriners. They are a magnificent organization, and I want to thank my good friend, Roger Wise, who has been the ambassador for them and done so much for our veterans and for our children and started the original partnership with Peach Care for Kids over 12 years ago. I want to thank my good friend, the senator from the 15th, for helping out with this important piece of legislation as well. This will simply create a license plate, and the proceeds of which will go to the Shriner Hospital Foundation to help out children. If there are no questions, Mr. President, I will yield the well.
You don't appear to have any questions.
Thank you. I appreciate your favorable vote.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against Senate Bill 76? The chair sees none. The question now is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to adoption of the committee sub? Chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. Question on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 48, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Mr. Secretary, can you please read the caption of Senate Bill 516? Oh, you think I'd figure this out. Chair recognizes the senator from the 29th for a motion.
Senate Bill 516 be removed from the table.
Mr. Secretary, can you please read the caption?
Senate Bill 516, a bill by Senators Robertson of the 29th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Part 1 of Article 2 of Chapter 8 of Title 12 of the OCGA relating to general provisions of solid waste management so as to require the Environmental Protection Division to contract with the Department of Revenue to collect certain fees and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Finance recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Huffstetler of the 52nd District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Finance Committee offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 516. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Part 1 of Article 2 of Chapter 8 of Title 12 of the OCGA relating to general provisions of solid waste management so as to provide for the manner in which a portion of funds appropriated to the Solid Waste Trust Fund are intended to be used and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Senator from the 29th has asked for unanimous consent that Senate Bill 516 be taken off the table. Is there objection? Chair hears none, and it's taken off the table. The chair now recognizes the senator from the 29th to present Senate Bill 516.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senators, I rise today to speak to SB 516. This body did good work a few years ago when it passed a constitutional amendment out to the citizens to vote on to determine what should be done with the $1 fee collected for the tires that were turned in when new tires were purchased. The citizens of Georgia, the voters of Georgia, overwhelmingly wanted this money to go into the Solid Waste Trust Fund and to be used for the purpose for which it was collected. And for those purposes is tire abatement, some litter abatement within the communities, taking care of abandoned landfills, and other such functions which the EPD has done a very good job of attempting to do. The problem with the process is that we were collecting the $1 fee from the retailers. Most of the retailers were on a system, an honor system, and after going through and talking to a lot of the retailers, we determined that a lot of them weren't sure if they had ever paid the dollar fee. Some of them weren't sure how they were paying the dollar fee. Some were under the assumption that the scrappers who came and purchased their tires were paying the dollar fee. So what SB 516 does is it removes the responsibility from the tens of thousands of retailers throughout the state of Georgia and moves the responsibility to the wholesaler or distributor of the new tires. In doing so, what we have determined is it should increase the collection somewhere between $3 and $5 million so that this money can be used for tire abatement throughout the state of Georgia and for those other grant issues discussed earlier, such as litter abatement and the management of abandoned landfills that EPD does a very good job of managing after someone has decided to fill it up with whatever inert objects and other things and then leave it for abandonment. This bill also gives us the opportunity to attack several tire piles around the state that have up to 1,000 tires in them. There are multiple piles like this around the state that are not only a threat to the environment, but also a public safety threat should they catch on fire. I would ask for your support for SB 516, and Mr. President, I will yield for any questions.
You don't appear to have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 2nd to speak to Senate Bill 516.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, today I rise in support of Senate Bill 516. This bill takes a small but important step in creating markets for scrap tires. Let's face it, we have a huge tire dumping problem in the state of Georgia. So I support the senator from the 29th, like many of you. As you ride down Interstate 75 or 16 and you get off one of those not so popular exits, you see tires and other metal just tossed to the wayside. what we can do is create a market for these scrap tires. What we can do is create a new industry for scrap tires. Put people back to work using a product that most of us just throw away, that we just toss on some roadside or toss in someone's backyard or toss in some vacant lot. We need to create an industry for the people of Georgia and do something with this waste product. This bill simply says that the intent of the General Assembly, that 10% of the money spent by EPD Tires for related projects will in the form of grants to cities, counties, public schools, and innovative technology. These old scrap tires can be made into rubber mulch for walking trails, for rubber surfacing on playgrounds. You can even use the crumbs or the rubber base to make new roads. This is a small but important step in creating markets, and I ask for your favorable consideration. And the part about having wholesalers pay the tax is such a good idea. It's less of them. You can find them. So I urge all of you to not only to support this measure, but let's make a new industry for Georgia, and let's get rid of this waste product and make it to a valuable resource. If there are no questions, Mr. President,
You have no questions.
I yield the will.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against Senate Bill 516? Chair sees none. Questions on the adoption of the committee substitute? Is there objection to adoption of the committee substitute? Chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing the report of the committee, which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill by substitute? All those in favor vote yea. Opposed, nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 50, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Chair recognizes the senator from the 47th for a motion. Chair's guessing the senator from the 47th wants to take Senate Resolution 596 off the table.
That's a pretty good guess, Mr. President.
Can you frame that in the form of a...
Mr. President, I move that we remove Senate Resolution 596 from the table.
Mr. Secretary, can you please read the caption?
Senate Resolution 596 by Senators Ginn of the 47th and others, a resolution honoring the life and memory of Mr. Isaiah Berry and dedicating an intersection in his memory and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Transportation recommends that this resolution do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Ginn of the 47th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Transportation Committee offers the following substitute to Senate Resolution 596, a resolution dedicating certain portions of the state highway system and for other purposes. Part 1, whereas the state of Georgia lost one of its finest citizens with the passing of Mr. Isaiah Berry on December 9, 2021, and for other purposes.
The senator from the 40s. Mr. Secretary, can you please read the amendment?
Just read the first paragraph and all these.
Mr. President, Senators Mullis of the 53rd offers the following amendment number 1 to committee substitute to Senate Resolution 596 by inserting between lines 206 and 207 the following, whereas the state of Georgia lost one of its finest citizens with the passing of Miss Doris Green Mullis, and whereas Miss Mullis was born in Lafayette, Georgia, the beloved daughter of Reverend Gordon Lee and Eunice Graham Lee, and whereas a lifelong resident of Walker County, Miss Mullis, and for other purposes.
Amendment 2 down to there.
Mr. President, Senator Mullis of the 53rd offers the following amendment number 2 to the committee substitute to Senate Resolution 596 by inserting between lines 206 and 207 the following, whereas the McLemore Resort community is located on a 1,000-acre tract atop Lookout Mountain above the clouds in a beautiful historic Walker and Dade counties, Georgia, and for other purposes. Mr. President, Senator Mullis of the 53rd offers the following amendment number 3 to committee substitute to amend Senate Resolution 596 by inserting between lines 206 and 207 the following, whereas Beatrice W. Rumley was born in Rising Fawn, Georgia on January 8, 1932, the beloved daughter of Charles W. and Ruth Hester Williams, and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Senator from the 47th has very eloquently asked that Senate Resolution 596 be taken off the table. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and it's taken off the table. The chair recognizes the senator from the 47th, who's getting last-minute advice from the Rules Chairman.
Well, good afternoon. You know, probably one of the more recognizable things that we do in the legislature is we dedicate a lot of road namings to a lot of Georgia citizens. Some of those citizens are alive and well with us. They've done great work. Unfortunately, some of those citizens have passed on. Said when I look at our road naming resolution this year, I would ask that you think about the people that are on this list. And they've done great things for our Georgia citizens. Some of them have been coaches, some of them legislators, some of them, and that's why I was picking on our senator from the 53rd, birthed the senator from the 53rd in one of his amendments that we've added to this bill. Said so I know she had to be a great woman. Said for me, I'd ask that for a second we just stand up and take a moment of silence to reflect on the people that have passed in this state that we're honoring by this road naming.
Senators asked us all to rise for a moment of silence.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll ask for your support on these, and I want to give due diligence to our senator from the 53rd, which is really kind of sad for me because I don't have him on this list this year. But I will tell you that having him leave our chamber this year will be one that we'll try to remedy that next year. With that, I'll yield for any questions or yield the well.
You don't appear to have any questions. Chair recognizes the senator from the 53rd to speak to amendments 1, 2, and 3.
Thank you, Mr. President. And ladies and gentlemen, I only need 29 votes. This amendment says, you know, you have to advertise and all that, so getting it a little late, and I just want to be on the Senate version too. And the first one, Amendment 1, is for the committee substitute, by the way, for my mother, Doris Avery Green Mullis. And we're naming an intersection near where she was born in Lafayette, Georgia. Amendment number 2 is for the McLemore Resort community. And many of you have been to Lookout Mountain and has played that resort. If you hadn't, come and be my guest and play it. And it's a new development that is going to be I don't know how to say how big it will be, but it'll be like Greene County that was a small, poor county. Reynolds came in and just blossomed that county as what it is now, and it will happen the same for at least 3 of my counties. And number 3 is County Commission Chair, mom and dad who were legendary in Dade County, and Ted is not running again, and so we're honoring his parents by for an intersection on U.S. Highway Interstate 59 that goes from the Interstate 24 in Tennessee and Georgia to Alabama. So, Mr. President, I would ask the gentlemen and ladies in this chamber to support these amendments too. I yield the well. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 51st to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, every year we put this resolution before you. It's always consolidated, so every senator that puts forth a road naming bill doesn't get to present it in the well because it gets combined under one heading. So there's actually 4 sections of this bill that I presented earlier in the year, and I wanted to take a moment to call out some of the names of the people that I've asked to be honored this year as well. So that would be under Part 7 is the first recipient of this acknowledgement. We are honoring a young lady who was a police officer who was killed by a drunk driver up in White County. And so her name is Carol Ledford. Miss Carol Ledford was tragically killed on April 19th of 1999 when she was hit head-on by a drunk driver. She was the youngest graduate in her class at Northeast Georgia's Police Academy. She worked in White County and worked in the police department in that area. So we're naming the intersection of Hulsey Road and NOK Drive in her honor this year under this resolution. Part 8, starting on line 132, recognizes a person that some of you may remember, may have served with. That was State Representative Carlton Caldwell. Carlton Caldwell lived in Blairsville, Union County his entire life. He served in the chamber in the House for 30 years. He probably chaired most every committee over there. Most noticeably was the Public Safety Committee, and we named the detention center in his honor years ago, the Carlton Caldwell Detention Center. This road naming bill will honor him by naming the intersection of US 129 North and the Glen Gooch Bypass. Part number 9 on lines 152 will honor Mike Berg. Mike Berg was a commission chairman in Dawson County for many, many years. I think he served in that role for 12 years. Prior to that, he served as a commissioner in Gwinnett County, where he worked through a lot of growth issues, managed that really well, and came to Dawson County where he moved his family, got elected to commission chairman, did a tremendous job, organized a new bank in Dawson County, and led that community through a lot of growth as well. And we honor him today. He's still alive and well, but we honor him today by dedicating the intersection of Dawson Forest Road and Georgia 400. For those of you that have been up through Dawson County, you know that's the intersection where the outlet malls are, and he is responsible for a lot of the infrastructure that went in place in order to get that huge economic engine for Dawson County. And the last person we're honoring under my resolutions this year is Part 10, which is on line 178. This section deals with a lady that some of us in the chamber know quite well. Her name is Miss Edna Jo Mize. She was born in Rainsville, Alabama. She worked for the Eastman Kodak Company here in Georgia for 27 years. For the last 25 years, she's been a bailiff at the Dawson County Courthouse. She also has put a lot of public service into her community. And so with that, we are dedicating the intersection of Kylo Church Road and Georgia 400. Mr. President, it's an honor for me to stand before you today and present this information to tell you what great citizens we have in Georgia, and it's a great honor that we recognize them for their leadership and their dedication to their communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the senator from the 31st to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just briefly want to highlight lines 27 through 37 where we are recognizing the late Sergeant Barry Henderson of Polk County, who is a former sheriff's deputy with Polk County, who some of you may remember. I talked about how he passed away last year because of COVID. We are renaming the intersection of Georgia Highway 101 and U.S. Highway 278 in the city of Rockmart. He served with distinction to the public. His brother currently serves on the city council in Rockmart, where his family's from, and just, glad that we're all able to honor his family during this time. So thank you, Mr. President.
Any other senator wish to speak for or against Senate Resolution 596? The chair sees none. All right, we'll start taking up the amendments. The question is on the adoption of amendment number 1 from the senator from the 53rd. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and amendment number 1 is adopted. We'll now take up amendment number 2. Is there objection to adoption of amendment number 2? The chair hears none, and amendment number 2 is adopted. Now we will take up amendment number 3. Is there objection to adoption of amendment number 3? Chair hears none, and amendment number 3 is adopted. The question now is on the adoption of the committee substitute as amended. Is there objection to adoption of the committee substitute as amended? Chair hears none. The committee substitute as amended is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing the report of the committee which is favorable to the adoption of the resolution? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. Question on the passage of the resolution. By substitute, all those in favor vote yea. Opposed, nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. On the adoption of the resolution by substitute, the yeas are 51, the nays are 0. This resolution, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore adopted by substitute. Chair recognizes the senator from the 28th.
I ask for unanimous consent to remove Senate Bill 573 from the table.
Mr. Secretary, can you please read the caption?
Senate Bill 573, a bill by Senators Brass of the 28th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 7 of Title 31 of the OCGA relating to regulation and construction of hospitals and other healthcare facilities so as to require hospitals and ambulatory surgical centers to utilize surgical smoke evacuation systems during surgical procedures to protect patients and healthcare workers from the hazards of surgical smoke and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Health and Human Services recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Watson of the 1st District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Health and Human Services offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 573, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 7 of Title 31 of the OCGA relating to regulation and construction of hospitals and other healthcare facilities so as to require hospitals and ambulatory surgical centers to adopt policies to protect patients and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
The very distinguished senator from the 28th has asked for unanimous consent that Senate Bill 573 be taken off the table. Is there objection? Going once. Chair hears none, and 573 is taken off the table. Chair recognizes the senator from the 28th. And is well within the rules for running at this late hour.
I'll remind this chamber that it is a long-honored tradition to run on crossover day and on sine die because we have many bills after us. And out of respect to each and every one of you, I wanted to get down here in a hurry so that I could talk for a long time. No, I bring to you Senate Bill 573, and I would be remiss if I didn't bring credit to the minority leader and all her work on this. She did a study committee on this and has come up with a good bill, and I've picked it up and carrying the torch here, no pun intended. And what we're doing here is we're simply asking that all our hospitals and ambulatory surgical centers throughout this state adopt a policy around the removal of surgical smoke. And some of you may be wondering, what is surgical smoke? Well, surgical smoke is when in operating room there are tools used to cauterize and remove things, and during that process there is a byproduct of smoke that comes off, and that byproduct could be very harmful to some of our most precious resources in this state, and that's our nurses and our doctors. And so this bill simply is trying to protect those valuable resources. So I ask for your favorable consideration of Senate Bill 573, and I will yield for questions.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 32nd for a question.
Senator, would you yield?
I certainly will, Senator.
Senator, isn't it true that I spent approximately half my life as a surgeon in the operating room?
You did, Senator.
And isn't it also true that I'm in full support of the bill that you're proposing?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear. Could you repeat
That's
the
my
question,
job.
Senator?
I said, isn't it true, Senator, that I'm in full support of the bill that you're proposing?
You are, and thank you for all your efforts.
Chair recognizes the minority leader with a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Yield.
I do, Madam Leader.
Senator, is it not true that I had a bill for surgical smoke and did a study committee, did 5 committees, did a lot of work on it?
That is
And-
absolutely true. Not only did you have one, you still have one.
Thank you, Senator. I did sign the bill, and I just want you to know that I appreciate the work that you've done, and I will be voting for the bill.
Love, bipartisan love. Yes.
Do you continue to yield?
If there's any more questions, I will.
Chair recognizes the distinguished senator from the 31st with a smile on his face.
Senator Yield,
Of course.
will the senator run to the well every time he presents a bill?
I will on crossover and on sine die.
I appreciate that. I'm sure your constituents love your expediency when you present bills and get them done.
Well, we learned at an early age in the 28th that you must hustle when you work.
Chair recognizes the rules chairman to your left.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Yield.
Senator.
Let me commend you for showing the tradition of the Senate by running to the well. As you know, I would be doing it because of my athletic ability, but because I'm handicapped, I'm not able to do it today or on sine die. But let me thank you again for showing the tradition of this establishment.
Well, Senator, I will add that
Isn't
that
it true?
cane, not only is your handicap, but your cane holds you back as well. So
Do you continue to yield?
I'll yield.
Senator has yielded the well. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against Senate Bill 573? Chair recognizes the senator from the 36th to speak to the measure.
Thank you for your clairvoyance, Mr. President. I was going to hit my button. Colleagues, I'll just speak briefly on Senate Bill 573, and you've heard that it's really a policy measure that's been here for, I think this is the 3rd year easily, because there was a bill introduced and then there was, you've heard that litany of effort and work by the minority leader. I would just point out that the bill that the senator introduced originally as it came to Health and Human Services did become a committee sub, and that it's possibly not as strong as it needs to be or could be, because the original bill called for hospitals and ambulatory surgical centers to adopt and implement a policy that prevents human exposure to surgical smoke through the use of a surgical smoke evacuation system. The rewrite in the committee sub says each hospital and ambulatory surgical center shall adopt policies for the reduction of human exposure. So elimination of human exposure, reduction of human exposure, that's the difference in these two bills. We need this bill. I would love to have seen the original version pass because this constant exposure to surgical smoke in these operating rooms has actually resulted in women who work in those facilities and are exposed to this over time have demonstrated a higher propensity for miscarriages, for losing a child when they're carrying a child and exposed to the smoke. So it's really a very harmful substance and we heard in the study committee an array of examples of the problem that it causes. So this is a great step forward. We're going to call the hospital to reduce human exposure to surgical smoke. We look forward to the time when we will be able to prevent human exposure to surgical smoke. Thank you for the efforts of both the senator from the 55th and the senator from the 38. I said I was good in math the last time I was in the well, didn't I? I'm going to take my seat, and I hope we have 100% voting for this bill. Thank you.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against Senate Bill 573? The chair sees none. The question now is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to adoption of the committee substitute? Chair hears none. The committee sub is adopted. Is there objection to agree to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 51, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. What purpose does the senator from the 52nd rise?
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate rules be suspended to allow the Secretary to read a committee report.
Mr. Secretary, can you please read the caption of House Bill 304?
House Bill 304, a bill by Representatives Law of the 122nd and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 48 of the OCGA relating to revenue and taxation so as to provide for a tax credit for medical equipment and supplies manufacturers and for pharmaceutical and medicine manufacturers to provide for definitions and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Finance recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Huffstetler of the 52nd District Chairman.
Senator from the 52nd has asked for unanimous consent that the Senate rules be suspended for the Secretary to read a committee report. Is there objection? The chair hears none. Mr. Secretary, can you please read the committee report to House Bill 304?
Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Finance has had under consideration the following legislation, has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation that House Bill 304 do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Huffstetler of the 52nd District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 13th for a motion.
President, I ask for unanimous consent to move Senate Bill 474 to the table.
Mr. Secretary, can you please read the caption of Senate Bill 474?
Senate Bill 474 by Senator Summers of the 13th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Part 1 of Article 2 of Chapter 5 of Title 48 of the OCGA relating to property tax exemptions so as to provide for a statewide exemption from all ad valorem taxes for aircraft used for the aerial application of fertilizers, pesticides, herbicides, fungicides, and other for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Finance recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Hostetler, the 52nd District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Finance Committee offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 474, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Part 1 of Article 2 of Chapter 5 of Title 48 of the OCGA relating to property tax exemption so as to provide for a statewide exemption from all ad valorem taxes for aircraft used exclusively for the aerial application of fertilizers, pesticides, herbicides, fungicides, seeds, or other agricultural products and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Senator from the 13th has asked for unanimous consent for Senate Bill 474 to be taken off the table. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and it's taken off the table. Chair recognizes the senator from the 13th to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, colleagues. I need more than 29 votes. We've heard all day, I need only 29. This is a constitutional amendment, as you all know. This is simply helping farmers, helping people that feed us in the great state of Georgia. This is a bill that absolutely has nothing to do with Democrat or Republican whatsoever. And I would ask that you all please reconsider and vote green for this bill, and let's move this bill over to the House side and help these guys out that spray our crops. I yield for any question, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 12th with a question to your left.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the gentleman in the well yield for a question, please?
From my friend from the 12th, absolutely.
Thank you so much, and thank you for bringing this bill. Is it not true that Southwest Georgia crop farmers need the services of the crop dusters and would certainly appreciate a yes vote on this bill?
Thank you, Senator, for asking that question. Absolutely. These farmers are just like anybody else. Every little thin dime helps, and this will help these farmers. Thank you for that.
Thank you so very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 50th with a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, do you yield?
Certainly.
Isn't it true that a green vote on this is good for all the people of the state of Georgia, and a red vote is selfishly hurting the people of the state of Georgia?
Couldn't have said it better myself, Senator. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 33rd with a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the senator yield?
Absolutely.
I was watching Green Acres this morning.
Oh. I hope there's a question in here somewhere.
With this bill, will farm living be the life for me?
Land spreading out so far and wide, Senator.
Keep Atlanta, just give me that countryside.
Amen, brother.
Keep up the crop dusting.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Senator.
You have no more questions.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the will.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against Senate Bill 474? The chair sees none. I have no idea what just happened there. The question's on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to adoption of the committee substitute? Chair hears none, and the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing the report of the committee, which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. As a reminder, this bill requires a 2/3 yea vote for passage. In one of the most miraculous turnarounds ever, The yeas are 51, the nays are 2. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Chair recognizes the senator from the 29th.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that Senate Bill 171 be pulled from the table.
Mr. Secretary, can you please read the caption to Senate Bill 171?
Senate Bill 171, a bill by Senators Robertson of the 29th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 16 of the OCGA relating to crimes and offenses so as to provide for enhanced penalties for certain offenses committed during an unlawful assembly, to revise for offense of unlawful assembly, to amend Chapter 60 of Title 36 of the OCGA relating to general provisions regarding provisions applicable to counties and municipal corporations, to amend Chapter 1 of and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Judiciary recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Strickland of the 17th District, Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Judiciary Committee offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 171, a bill entitled to be an act to amend Title 16 of the OCGA relating to crimes and offenses so as to provide for enhanced penalties for certain offenses committed during an unlawful assembly, to revise for the offense of the unlawful assembly, and for other purposes. Additionally, a minority report has been filed on Senate Bill 171. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Senator from the 29th has asked for unanimous consent that Senate Bill 171 be taken off the table. Is there objection? There is objection. There's no debate on this. All those in favor of Senate Bill 171 be taken off the table, vote yea. Opposed, nay. The Secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the motion, the yeas are 31, the nays are 18, and Senate Bill 171 has been taken off the table. The chair now recognizes the senator from the 29th to present the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Friends and colleagues, I come before you this evening with Senate Bill 171. Senate Bill 171 is something we've been working on for some period of time now. I want to first of all thank the Chair of Judiciary for his patience, for the council support and time spent with several groups in opposition of this legislation and some proponents of this legislation and the conversations we were able to have. Senate Bill 171 does three simple things. The first thing it does, for those of you who can reflect back to the summer of 2020 here in our capital city, if you look on line 25, it turns the offense of simple battery that is committed by an individual while also violating Code Section 161133, which is the law governing riots in Georgia. It makes that offense a misdemeanor of high and aggravated nature. The second thing this does is it lays out parameters and punishments for those individuals who knowingly participate in an assembly for the purpose of violating the law or committing violence against other individuals. And finally, next, it creates a permitting process, something that many of us who have been activists and advocates have applied for and used for many years to be able to bring our groups, our fraternities, and others into communities to protest what we felt was unjust behavior or misconduct by elected officials and local governments. And finally, after the punishments, after the permitting, it does one other thing. It holds cities like the city of Atlanta, when they refused to allow public safety to respond during looting, burglaries, and violations of business owners' rights and expectations during the riots of 2020 by allowing individuals to run unmolested in and out of buildings, unhindered out of businesses and homes, allowed to loot and tear up property without law enforcement response, with the exception of the state law enforcement that Governor Kemp rightly sent in to try to stop the chaos. And it also applies to the same type of public safety that was prevented from going inside of a restaurant that had been cordoned off and a section around it turned into its own personal sovereign community here in Atlanta, set fire, and when fire and EMS, doing what they normally do, what they are trained to do, attempted to go in there and protect the individuals that might be exposed there, they were required to stand down. And the end result of that was establishing a condition of chaos that emboldened criminals, that emboldened those who were not seeking justice from their government. It emboldened those who were not out there protesting the death of a man in Minnesota or protesting the death of a man in Brunswick, Georgia. They were only out there for themselves. It emboldened that group up until the point that innocent citizens died, young citizens died. And what this bill does is when a city in the state of Georgia makes a conscious decision to stand down public safety in the time when public safety is needed the most by the citizens who, through their tax dollars, pay for public safety. When a city decides to do this, should this legislation pass, that city could well surrender their sovereign immunity and be held liable by the victims of the crimes that they chose to not address. While I understand that anytime something of this nature comes forward that seems somewhat controversial, that people get wary, they get nervous, but I promise you, this is needed legislation if you want to live in a safe community. All we are telling citizens to do is, if you want to go out and protest your government, if you want to go out and protest wrongdoing, you can absolutely do that. And I'll promise you, if you were wronged in your rights to go out and express your First Amendment or being hindered, I'll walk shoulder to shoulder with you and go to City Hall, go to the state capitol, or anywhere else and make sure it's done. But if you want to go out and cause violence against those who choose to go out and peacefully protest, if you want to go out and attack the men and women of public safety who are out there to protect you, then I think the punishment should be firm, I think it should be aggressive, and I think it should be fair. And I think you, as an elected official, if you choose not to fulfill your responsibilities to the citizens who pay your salary and pay the salaries of every man and woman that wears a badge in your community, if you choose to order them to stand down, then you should be man and woman enough to take the heat that comes to you from a civil case for being liable for not just the damage you cause, but for the potential deaths or actual deaths that your failure to do your job has caused. I have had the opportunity to present this in front of judicial, 3 different versions, 3 different times. The committee's been tough, as it should have been, but this bill does very few things to address the problem that we had in Atlanta in 2020, that we had in Washington, D.C. last January, and that we had all over this country. And that's those who get confused, their rights under the First Amendment to go out there and loudly and proudly speak their voices as much as they choose. And those who go out there to create chaos, those who go out there to hopefully cause injuries and damages. And with that, Mr. President, I'll accept any questions from the floor.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 26th with a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Hill?
I do, sir.
Senator, do you understand that when you talk about a riot, even insurance companies don't pay? There's an exclusionary clause in it for riots and war. You might have a business that you have paid insurance on, but during a riot, it doesn't pay. Do you understand that?
No, sir, I don't understand that, because the evidence that I have, the insurance companies paid over $1 billion in the United States. And so obviously your interpretation of the insurance company's responsibility and the interpretation that the insurance companies have of their own responsibility are different.
Have you ever written a business policy? Have you ever written a business policy on insurance, or have you ever seek to have one?
No, sir, I've never written a policy on, business policy on insurance. I've never caused a riot, and I've never caused anybody to be killed because of my lack of action.
Senator Year.
I do.
Senator, it's kind of late. Washington, D.C. has already happened.
Is that a question?
Isn't it true? It's kind of late. Washington, D.C. has already happened.
If, Senator, you are saying we should have passed this legislation sooner, I agree with you.
Isn't it true that if folks, sometimes the demonstrations are spontaneous and a permit is not sought?
The Supreme Court identifies spontaneous assembly different. If the senator is discussing those who choose to stand on public sidewalks and picket, this does not impact those individuals, because most ordinances and laws requires that the individuals continue moving, thereby not impeding the traffic of the individuals who are out there doing their normal day-to-day business. I would be happy the next time I conduct a picket that may be spontaneous, or the next time I hold a rally in one of the cities in Georgia that do require a permit, I'd be happy to bring the senator with me, and thereby he see the difference.
Will the senator yield?
Yes, sir.
So, Senator, what you're saying to me is that those folks who did the damage in Washington, D.C., you would have been right there to help prosecute them.
Absolutely.
I hear you, Senator.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 48th to your right with a question.
Thank you. Senator, do you yield?
Yes, ma'am.
First of all, isn't it true that I respect and enjoy working with you?
You're one of my dearest friends, Senator. I agree.
Wonderful. Here are the real questions. I'm going to walk you through a couple lines of the bill. So is it true that in lines 77 through 80, it makes counties and municipalities liable for allowing protests that may possibly lead to violence? 77 through 80.
What is true, Senator, is if you'll read on line 78, it says authority of any county or municipal corporation that is grossly negligent by allowing the commission of violence against persons and property during an assembly of 2 or more persons. So if you're asking me, yes, if a county or city that is grossly negligent by allowing the commission of violence against persons could possibly make them liable, yes, ma'am.
I'm going to walk you through two more sections and then I'll get to the real question. Lines 134 through 137 makes counties and municipalities civilly liable for managing law enforcement during protests.
Just tell me your lines again.
134 through 137. Civilly liable for management of law enforcement.
Yes, it does. It's, as line 134 states, Senator, the governing authority of a county or municipality that intentionally obstructs or interferes with the ability of a law enforcement agency of such county or municipality to provide reasonable law enforcement protection during a riot or unlawful assembly shall be civilly liable for any damages, including but not limited to damages arising from personal injury, wrongful death, or property damage caused by the agency's failure to provide reasonable law enforcement protection during such riot or unlawful assembly.
Got it. That's how I read it too. Last part, lines 115 through 117. This require a permitting process maintained by counties and municipalities to grant permission to hold protests or rallies or assemblies.
Yes, ma'am, it does. It mirrors the same requirement that's in the city of Chicago, the city of New York, the city of Los Angeles, and several cities here in the state of Georgia.
So if you further yield, here's the actual question that ties these together.
I yield, but I was under the assumption the first question was the actual question.
Well, those are just walking you through. So do these provisions in combination, these three that we went through, incentivize counties and municipalities to crack down on protests or
No.
possibly prevent them from happening at all in violation of citizens' First Amendment rights?
No, ma'am, it doesn't. What it does, it incentivizes them to protect the citizens that choose to go out and speak as loud as they want to against whatever damage they feel is being done to them by the government, whether that's failure of services, whether it's trash, whether it's to maintain the streets, or whether it's a school board that chooses not to allow citizens to stand in front of them, or whether it's a mayor and a city council that does not manage the budget correctly or take care of the citizens in the way that the citizens feel they should be taken care of. What this does is this gives the citizens the perfect space and the perfect opportunity to go out and exercise the most beautiful thing in the world today in a country as rare as hen's teeth, which is our right to free speech.
Gotcha. Will you yield for one last question?
Yes, ma'am.
Great. Okay, so we've recently heard the argument that a permitting process for carrying loaded firearms in public violates Georgians' Second Amendment rights. And here we see a permitting process required for assembly, protests, and rallies. So given this, why is the Second Amendment more important than the First Amendment?
Ma'am, I don't think any of the amendments are more important than any other, whether it's the First Amendment, whether it's the Eighth Amendment. I think all the amendments carry as much weight as each other. What I think each amendment does is I think it addresses a different area of concern that our forefathers had and wanted to protect. And what we're here today discussing is the First Amendment. What we did a week or two ago was discuss the Second Amendment. I think for clarity purposes, I'll stay with the First Amendment today.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, ma'am.
Do you continue to yield?
I'll yield for one more. Yes, sir.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 42nd with a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the senator yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Senator. I wanted to ask about line, well, actually, it's lines 32 through.
I'm sorry.
Lines 32 through 54. The definition of public convenience. Senator, I can't find anywhere in the bill talking about public convenience, so I'm wondering why you are defining it here.
In the original document, public convenience was in there as we were running through, showing the places where individuals could go into under the section 25 through 27 as we discussed the change in the law there. And so what we did in the bill is identified what public convenience was. And if you'll give me one quick second. So, right, it seems in the latest version, what you have in 32 through 54 is the definition of public convenience, and it seems to only be there for public convenience at this, as I'm recollecting at this point.
So the reference for which the definition was necessary has been removed from the bill, isn't that correct?
I'll have to look and verify.
Please go ahead.
Do you have another question?
Yes, my question would be if...
That's your final question?
No, my next question would be, I don't think it's in the bill anymore, and if it isn't, wouldn't you agree that we should strike lines 32 through 54?
I'm not trying to read through right now. I'm not seeing it. I think in this case, my preference would be once the legislation passes, I think that's something I would take up across the hall.
Thank you.
Do you continue to yield?
No, sir. With that, I'll yield the well, Mr. President. I appreciate your time and appreciate your support on Senate Bill 171. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the minority leader to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Senate. I rise today to speak in opposition to Senate Bill 171. And what a privilege it is that I'm able to stand before you in this chamber. We have the authority to exercise so much power and be able to speak in opposition to something that many of you may support. What happens, though, if I go outside to the front steps to speak against it? And what if some of my colleagues were to join me, along with some citizens who are present today and oppose it? Under the statutes of this bill, would that require a permit? What if a fight broke out among strangers, people that weren't even involved in what we're doing, people that I don't know or didn't invite? Would I be subject to arrest and prosecution? Or what about you if there were constituents gathered outside on Mitchell Street seeking to speak to you about a bill, and some of them brought signs? Do they need a permit? Colleagues, this is a dangerous bill. This bill criminalizes peaceful protests. Right here in the cradle of the civil rights movement, Senate Bill 171 tells the people of our state when and where and how much they are allowed to exercise their First Amendment rights. It treats speech like a more dangerous weapon than a gun. We already have laws against rioting. We already require permits for marches and rallies of certain sizes and in certain locations. We are putting cities and counties in a bad position and incentivizing unnecessary crackdowns on speech. At the end of the day, this is about silencing people, it's about intimidating people. And it fits right in with other legislation that we've seen this session that seeks to silence teachers and students who dare to speak up against oppression. We have certainly seen our share of protests on the streets outside this building. As a matter of fact, I was watching one just outside of my window in my suite this morning. But outlawing protests outside this building is not going to stop people from speaking out until we make some progress inside this building. So I urge you to vote no on Senate Bill 171. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
The senator has yielded the well. The chair recognizes the senator from the 56th to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank the senator and chairman from the 29th for bringing this bill forward. It was an honor to discuss it and work on it for the last 2 years. My mother taught me something when I was young. She said, "John, 2 wrongs don't make a right." Our country, our system, and our society is based on laws. In the summer of 2020, we had failed leadership, absent leadership from the very top of this city. And I've talked to many of you in private who openly admit that. And because of that, as explained in detail by the senator of the 29th, an 8-year-old girl died. She lost her life, a child, because of failed leadership. It is unacceptable. People who worked their entire lives to build their businesses saw them destroyed because of failed leadership and accountability. We had a fire truck responding to a house on fire that was stopped and literally had bricks and cinder blocks destroy that fire engine and send 2 of the firefighters to the hospital. It's unconscionable. We have the right to our First Amendment. We have the right to protest, to demonstrate, or to support a cause. But if you break the law, you have the right to remain silent and be placed under arrest. If we are not a nation of law and order, we are no nation at all. It's time to be accountable and responsible for those who have done wrong. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 26th to speak to the measure.
It's a bad bill. I don't care how you put it. I've been a protester. That's what I did before I got elected. I know what it is to be in the street. And I know what it is to protest when y'all do something wrong. And those protests were because of folks who look like you. You didn't even want me to register to vote. I walked dirt roads in Alabama. Never will forget it. Barber County, Eufaula, Alabama. And we were registering black folks. And folks came out in pickup trucks and shotguns. And now you want to tell me you about law and order? I never thought I'd see what I saw on national television. Our Congress being attacked. And they were attacked by a man who was president of this country. And y'all call him y'all's leader. He's the same guy who backed Putin. And now Putin is over there acting crazy. You are not to bring this kind of bill before us and talk about protest, because many of you don't know what protest is about. None of you had to deal with your civil rights. None of you had to go out and walk because it was about the color of your skin. And now you want to come to this General Assembly and talk about riots? You want to come to this General Assembly and talk about law and order? You ought not to bring these kind of divisive things in this place. Mr. President, I yield away.
Senator has yielded well. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against Senate Bill 171? There's been an amendment filed. Stand by while we process the amendment. Mr. Secretary, can you please read the amendment?
Mr. President, Senators Robertson of the 29th, and others offer the following amendment number 1 to Senate Bill 171 by adding within a public convenience on line 72 after an imminent lawless action and before the period. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 29th to present his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank the senator from the 42nd for finding that error. So adding the public accommodation to this section of the bill clarifies the definition previous in the bill. It's just a clerical error, and I appreciate your support on the amendment and on the underlying bill. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
They're passing out the amendment now. We still have the minority report and some additional business to take up before we actually vote on the amendment, so they're passing it out now. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the bill or the amendment? Chair recognizes the senator from the 22nd to speak to the minority report.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to give the minority report in this particular matter. It's always difficult to follow a good friend from the 26th. Let's go to the weeds first and then get into some other stuff. And what I mean by the weeds is some things that may seem kind of technical, but they're also very important. When we look at line 77, which talks about a cause of action for injuries and damages against the governing authority of any county, municipal corporation that is grossly negligent by allowing the commission of violence against a person. If that is only limited to what's on page 6, which basically eliminates sovereign immunity for counties and municipalities, that in itself is still problematic, but that would be one thing. The concern, though, is because we're not limiting it to page 6, which deals with actual sovereign immunity waiver, The concern becomes this statement right here. Suits against county officers in their official capacity are in reality suits against the county. Suits against county officials in their official capacity in reality suits against the county, and accordingly, officer sued in his official capacity is entitled to the county's defense of sovereign immunity. The question then becomes, if it's not limited to the direct sovereign immunity waiver, what I'm saying here is, it looks as though a deputy would have his sovereign immunity, because the way the courts read this is they consider the county, when you sue a deputy within his official capacity, they assume the county and the deputy are the same. So if you're waiving it, when you say governing authority, you may think you're only doing it for the governing authority, but in reality, what you're really doing is you're waiving it potentially also for a police deputy who is sued in his official capacity, because his immunity comes from sovereign immunity. That's his official capacity. So when a deputy is sued in his official capacity, and he could be sued in his official capacity in this type of case, his defense is sovereign immunity. So if you're eliminating sovereign immunity, and the way the courts read official capacity is synonymous with the county immunity, and you're eliminating that without putting any qualification on it, like you do on page 6, to me, you just eliminated qualified immunity or sovereign immunity for a deputy who's acting within his discretionary authority. And that's exactly what would happen here, because remember, what this says is a person who's grossly negligent. So what it's really saying is a deputy makes a mistake. Deputy makes a mistake today. He's sued in his official capacity. He has the defense of sovereign immunity. This little paragraph here just took that away. Sued in his official capacity, the court says it's synonymous with basically the county entity. They're synonymous, they're together. That no longer exists. He makes a mistake. That's what negligence is, it's a mistake. He makes a mistake. He now doesn't have the defense of sovereign immunity. That's one of the concerns, that now is gone for just making a mistake in this type of situation. So it seems as though that, we're just doing the county government, but if you understand how the courts read sovereign immunity concerning with deputies, they consider them two synonymous. So it's technical, but it's important. I'm not saying I know the exact answer to that, because we really have never had any language like this, because we don't waive sovereign immunity. And the language that exists in this paragraph is so vague, it's unclear who we're waiving it for. But that's a legitimate question. Because certainly a deputy can be out there in this type of situation, see somebody throw a rock, see somebody hit somebody, he's negligent in his actions and stopping it, maybe even grossly negligent. Under normal circumstances, he has sovereign immunity, it's his discretionary authority. This gets rid of that, because it basically says for negligence, there is no more sovereign immunity. And so that's just a question that needs to be, quite frankly, addressed. The other one is on line 98, which talks about affirmative defense to prosecution. Affirmative defense to prosecution. The question becomes affirmative defense to what? It seems like it's easy, but it may not be as easy as what you say. Affirmative defense already exists. Under 1622, affirmative defenses already exist. And it says a person should not be guilty of any crime committed by misfortune or accident where it satisfactorily appears there was no criminal scheme or undertaking, intention, or criminal negligence. It lays it out. It says if you basically, you have the affirmative defense and you're not guilty of a crime committed by misfortune or accident, satisfactorily appears there was no criminal scheme, undertaking, intention, or criminal negligence. But that's the key. In this particular statute, it doesn't make any limitations. So basically what it's basically saying is you got an affirmative defense no matter what your conduct is. So even if you are criminally negligent, you're still going to have an affirmative defense. And it also, you think that you're saying, because your intention is, well, I'm talking about somebody in a car and they have a roadblock. But what if the person jumps out with a knife and just starts swinging it indiscriminately? You say they have an affirmative defense. You have not limited it at all. The regular affirmative defense statute says that you get an affirmative defense as long as you're not criminally negligent. We basically created a whole new affirmative defense. That's how the court's going to look at this. They're going to say if the legislature meant to point to 1662, they would have said that. Instead, what the legislature did was they just said there's an affirmative defense if you're fleeing. We put no limitation on it at all. So if you jump out and just start wildly swinging, which may be criminal negligent, and you stab somebody, we're saying you got an affirmative defense. Because ordinarily the affirmative defense statute doesn't work that way. Because it says if you're criminally negligent, you don't get affirmative defense. But we're not limiting it. We don't say affirmative defense pursuant to 1662. We just say you got an affirmative defense if you're fleeing. But that's not what our statute actually says. Our affirmative defense statute says, yeah, you get it, but you can't be criminally negligent. That's not what this says. It just says you get it if you're fleeing. So no matter what kind of conduct you do, you're going to get it. You jump out and you just start shooting indiscriminately, according to this, you're getting affirmative defense. You jump out, you start punching people indiscriminately, you get affirmative defense. Under our normal affirmative defense statute, no, you wouldn't, because you'd be criminally negligent. We're not citing that statute. We've created our own affirmative defense in this particular situation. That's how the court's going to look at it. They're going to say the legislature meant what it said and said what it meant. If they wanted to point to 1662, they would have done it. But they didn't do that. They just said, you get an affirmative defense as long as you're fleeing. Doesn't matter how you flee, doesn't matter if it's done recklessly, you get an affirmative defense. That's going to cause a whole lot of problems. So that's kind of like looking at the weeds. But let's look at it even deeper than that and what the statute actually is talking about here. And one of the more problematic parts of this is on line 70, which we talk about within the statute that says, a person who knowingly participates in any of the following is guilty of a misdemeanor. And line 70 says, the assembly of two or more persons who basically are threatening someone is what it's really saying. It talks about severe and pervasive, objectionably offensive. So you're yelling at somebody. So you're guilty of a misdemeanor if two or more persons are yelling at somebody. But you don't have to be doing it. So if you're just in a crowd and somebody's yelling and cussing at somebody, you're not responsible for them. That goes right to the reasons why in places like Texas and Florida, these statutes have not been upheld. Because that's exactly what you're saying. Two or more persons and one person within that crowd starts yelling and screaming, and they can make all kind of threats. If you're there with them, you're now also guilty of a misdemeanor. You're guilty of a crime because you didn't do anything, I guess, to stop them, and you're there. And that goes totally against not only the First Amendment, it goes against our own law. Mere presence cannot be used to convict somebody. Even if you want the crime to occur, mere presence cannot be used for a conviction. And that's all this says. It says a person who knowingly participates in any of the following is guilty of a misdemeanor. The assembly of two or more persons who convey severe, pervasive, objectively offensive speech. It doesn't say that you have to convey it. It just says you're with two or more persons and somebody basically is conveying it. So now you're responsible for someone else's speech. You now, if you're marching with somebody, you're responsible, and it doesn't even limit where it is. So you could be at point A, somebody else can be 500 feet away yelling and screaming and cussing. Apparently now you also can be prosecuted because we don't have any limitations on this at all. That's the problem. And if you wanted to actually direct it towards someone, we have statutes that say an individual cannot use basically profanity towards somebody, disorderly conduct statute. We're not using that. This basically says if you're present with somebody who's cussing somebody out, basically, you're going to be guilty of a misdemeanor. That is a complete restriction on freedom of speech. It basically says don't go march with anybody. Because if you do, you got a good chance of being arrested. We don't say how close you have to be to the person. We don't say whether you're actually involved in it. We just say if you're participating. Basically mere presence, which you cannot be convicted of for any kind of crime in this state. Mere presence will never allow you to do that. And in fact, the judge will always give an instruction saying that. But yet, in this particular situation, dealing with First Amendment, we're saying mere presence will make you guilty of a misdemeanor. This particular statute is not going to be ruled to be constitutional. That's why in Florida and Texas it's already been overruled. It's just too vague. And not only is it concerns for constitutional amendment concerns, there's concerns about even the sovereign immunity that we talked about. So based upon all of that, Mr. President, I rise in opposition to this, and I know my time is there, but if anyone does have any questions, if I can take any, if anyone has any questions, Mr. President. With that, I yield the will.
You have questions. Sorry, I didn't push the button. Apologize for that. Chair recognizes the senator from the 10th with a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the senator yield?
Yes.
Senator, I'm very intrigued by what you just said. So let me just kind of give you a scenario. If I'm in a shopping center and a mob happens to go through a shopping center and creates damage and destroys property, could I be liable under this
If the person
statute?
was trying to say that you were knowingly participating in it, but you can knowingly participate in the march, no problem. But you're exactly right. So you're in the march, and the mob does whatever. This statute basically doesn't say there's no limitation to it. You then would be basically in violation of this particular statute just by being present, because there's no limitation to it at all.
Senator, further yield?
Yes.
So I'm in Central Park, and a group comes to Central Park, and they're creating a disturbance. And all of a sudden, I move because it's instinctive to move away from that crowd. In a situation like that, could I be held liable under these statutes?
If a person was thinking that you were part of that
Yes.
particular thing, absolutely. Well, without actually doing anything. Somebody says, well, he was walking with them too under this particular statute. I think the way it's worded, it's not necessarily the intent, but the way it's worded, absolutely.
So isn't it correct to kind of sum it up to say that you basically guilty by association?
And that's what I was talking about mere presence. 'Cause normally you can't do it, but in this particular situation, mere presence would make you guilty.
Thank you, Senator.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 33rd with a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the senator yield?
Yes.
Senator, are most of these offenses already covered by statutes of the law, or?
Right, so most of them are going to be covered. So dealing with the one I just looked at, which was dealing with basically using severe language or oppressive language, that's covered under 161139, which is disorderly conduct, which basically says you can't use fighting words to somebody or offensive language. That's a misdemeanor. But it applies to the individual. And so it applies, this doesn't apply to the individual. This just says if you knowingly participate with 2 or more people and someone is using that language, then you also now are going to be possibly found guilty of a misdemeanor. So absolutely, if somebody's marching and they're using fighting words, as we say, it's disorderly conduct. 161139 is a misdemeanor. You can charge them with that. That already exists. There's no reason to do this.
Chair recognizes the minority leader with a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Yield.
Yes.
Senator, is it not true that there are right-wing groups, left-wing groups, constitutional lawyers, and even county and city lobbyists that oppose this legislation?
That's correct, because it can cut both ways. It can go both ways. I mean, it's all fun and games when you think you're going after somebody that you don't like, until a position that you do like, you're doing the march, and the person's come and grab you and arrest you for the misdemeanor.
So, Senator, you further yield?
Yes.
So can you think of one good reason why we should move forward with this legislation? Is it not true?
Correct. I cannot, because many of these things are already covered. And not only is it covered, one of the things, and as I mentioned, which may not be popular, not necessarily popular, but I'm very concerned about that immunity issue that we talked about with the deputies. I'm very concerned with that. And I've always mentioned that I was concerned with that.
Thank you, Senator.
Okay.
I'll
take one more.
I believe the senator's time has expired.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah, thank you. Chair recognizes the senator from the 29th to close the debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate all the comments, questions, and concerns. But there's one thing I don't do. I don't live in a hypothetical world. I don't live in hypothetical situations. I live in reality. And it always surprises me, the reality, when it comes up to standing in this small space behind this podium, where we hear a lot of stories, things that everybody's accolades, things that aren't applicable to what we're talking about right now. Look, I've been an activist. I've participated in very quiet, calm assemblies and very loud and outspoken assemblies. I've picketed. I've walked up and down in the rain, carried my granddaughter, and stood against authority. That's what I do. It's what I've always done. I've always challenged authority. And I love that when we're inside this building, the air's on or the air conditioning's on, and of course somebody's complaining about the temperature, it's too hot and it's too cold, and chaos is out in the streets around us, we eat it like hogs eating slop. We love it because we can take it. We do not let one crisis go without milking some benefit from it. So we can stand in front of a bank of microphones and challenge what's going on. When people are throwing bombs at our Capitol in Washington, D.C., when people are breaking out windows and invading our Capitol, when people are in the streets of Atlanta burning police cars, burning down restaurants, we're standing in front of banks of microphones, talking good for one side, bad for the other side, trying to take advantage of something. When we have individuals attacking the Georgia State Patrol Post, not even a block away from here, and spray painting things on it and attempting to get inside to where the unarmed dispatchers are. We spend our time standing in front of banks or microphones, just either talking it up or talking it down, but not enough backbone to stand up and do anything about it. Well, I'm going to tell you, I'm not that guy. You can sit in the back of the room and you can mumble. You can sit up front and you can be quiet. But I'm going to stand up and speak the truth. When law enforcement officers involved in the death of a person, nobody cares about qualified immunity. Everybody starts screaming and yelling, saying law enforcement officers shouldn't have qualified immunity. Well, let me tell you, when a law enforcement officer goes out and they intentionally violate a law, they intentionally violate a policy, then they intentionally surrender their qualified immunity. And when a city government intentionally fails to protect its citizens, and they intentionally sit at their desk while their citizens are being slain, while businesses are being destroyed, and while property that taxpayers have paid for is burning in the street, then they should lose their sovereign immunity, because they made a choice. It was the wrong choice, but it was a choice they made. And everywhere through this legislation, when it talks about individuals assembling, it talks about their intent. If you want to assemble and your intent is to get your message across, then you go out there and you get your message across any way you want to, as long as you don't cause violence or damage to another human being. You have a right to do that, and the First Amendment says you have a right to do that, and Senator Randy Robertson says you have a right to do that. But you know what you don't have a right to do? You don't have a right to go out there and touch another human being who does not want to be touched. Get off your soapbox and quit standing up when it feels good, when the temperature's right, and when you think you can scratch a few votes together. Do what is right each and every day, all of the time. And let me tell you something, if your war story from 1960, 1970, 1980, 1990, or 2020 is strong enough, then let me tell you, in 2022, if you're not out there fighting the fight, then I hate to break it to you, but it just doesn't count. This isn't about just standing up here and rattling off. This is about doing the job that the people elected us to do. I've stood in many assemblies, I've stood in many rallies with 15 and 20,000 people and watched law enforcement manage it and watched the people running and managing those rallies manage them. And never did I walk away with anybody dead. Never did I walk away with the city of Columbus on fire, because we did our job, we did it right, and those peaceful groups, those 15 to 20,000 people that came to Fort Benning every single year to protest, they came, they did what they wanted to. Those who chose to cut the fence and trespass on federal property, they were arrested. Nobody was beaten, nobody died, and everybody went home after it was all over, because we did things the right way. And this piece of legislation right here holds every city in the state of Georgia to that same standard and that same level. So let's read the legislation, read every word in the legislation, and do what is right to protect the citizens who want to go out and express their freedom of speech. I don't care what it is. This isn't a Democratic bill. This isn't a Republican bill. This is an American bill, and I'm proud of it. And I'm going to tell you, I'm always going to speak. I can talk with handcuffs on and handcuffs off. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
Senator has yielded the well, and the debate has been closed. We'll take up amendment number 1. Is there objection to adoption of amendment number 1? The chair hears none, and amendment number 1 is adopted. The question now is on the adoption of the committee substitute as amended. Is there objection to adoption of the committee substitute as amended? Chair hears none, and the committee substitute as amended is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. Question on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed, nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 31, the nays are 21. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Chair recognizes the pro tem for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that we take Senate Bill 588 off the table.
Mr. Secretary, can you please read the caption of Senate Bill 588?
Senate Bill 588, a bill by Senators Miller of the 49th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 3 of Chapter 2 of Title 20 of the OCGA relating to local boards of education so as to provide that all meetings of local boards of education shall be open to the public except as otherwise provided by law, to provide that members of the public shall not be removed from such public meetings except for actual disruption and in accordance with rules adopted and published by the local board of education, to provide that visual and recording shall be permitted at such public meetings and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Education and Youth recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Payne of the 54th District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
The pro tem has asked for unanimous consent that Senate Bill 588 be taken off the table. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and Senate Bill 588 is removed from the table. The chair recognizes the pro tem to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief in this late hour. Senate Bill, I bring before you Senate Bill 588. This bill provides that all meetings of local school boards must be open to the public and specifically provides that no member of the public shall be removed from the meeting except for disruptions of the proceedings in accordance with the rules of the conduct of the meeting. Additionally, visual and audio recordings must be permitted at all public meetings. That doesn't mean executive meetings, all public meetings, and grants that state superior court could enforce and including direction of the discretion of the award of attorney fees and other litigation costs. This was fully vetted in the Education Committee. We had lots of testimony and for and against, and I would ask for your favorable consideration. And again, in the interest of time, I will yield the well. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator has yielded the well. The chair recognizes the senator from the 42nd to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. This legislation is opposed by many of our education organizations, including the Georgia School Boards Association, notably, and the Georgia Association of Educators. And the reason is the Open Meetings Act already includes most of these provisions. In fact, actually, what's already in the Open Meetings Act goes beyond what's in the bill, making the initial section of the bill unnecessary and duplicative. So there's really no need to add this legislation just for school boards. Chapter 14 of Title 50 shows that there are more requirements, as I was saying, than what is in Senate Bill 588, so that's already all taken care of under the law. State law also already addresses disruptions of public meetings in 16-11-34. So it is not necessary to add this for local boards. They do not need to address this in their codes of conduct because it's already taken care of in the current law. So, this legislation in summary is unnecessary, duplicative, again, taking aim at the actions of duly elected local officials who have been duly elected to manage their own affairs, and sends the message that we do not trust and believe in what school boards are doing. The other thing I might add is if there are irate parents who have been going down and screaming at their school board members over masks or the like, certainly I'm not a yes vote to send the message that we think that behavior is appropriate. And it seems to be driven, per the conduct of people in committee, it seems to be driven by those sorts of folks who have been loud and ornery and disrespectful and disrupted proceedings of our school board members as they were trying to navigate the pandemic. So I just think it's A, unnecessary, and B, sends the wrong message to pander to these individuals who, frankly, have not been operating in good faith and should be allowed to be removed from meetings when our boards have to address the safety of the public and the safety of children on school grounds. So I urge a no vote, and with that, Mr. President, I yield the well.
Senator has yielded the well. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? The chair sees none. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill? All those in favor vote yea. Opposed, nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 32, the nays are 20. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Chair recognizes the senator from the 17th for a motion.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that Senate Bill 576 be taken off the table.
Mr. Secretary, can you please read the caption of Senate Bill 576?
Senate Bill 576, a bill by Senator Strickland of the 17th, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 19-7-3 of the OCGA relating to actions by grandparents or other family members for visitation rights or intervention, revocation, or amendment of visitation rights of a guardian ad litem and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Judiciary recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Strickland of the 17th District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Senator from the 17th has asked for unanimous consent that Senate Bill 576 be removed from the table. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and it's taken from the table. The chair now recognizes the senator from the 17th to present the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, I bring to you Senate Bill 576. There are two types of cases that exist in our Georgia law where a family member, which is defined as a grandparent, a great-grandparent, or aunt or uncle, can petition for visitation rights to basically have rights to see a child that they helped raise, had a pre-existing relationship with. And the first class of cases is where you have an open custody case or you have parents that are no longer together. The second class of cases where the parent, one parent is either has died, is incapacitated, or is incarcerated, and they're done separately. And the law had a different standard for that second class of cases. The standard that we had in that law was struck down by the Supreme Court in 2018, a case, Patton v. Artis. All we're doing in this bill, you won't see the first type of case in here because it's in the previous section of the law. We're dealing with that second class of case. We're reviving this code section. We have a parent that has passed away, is incapacitated, incarcerated, and you're bringing that code section back, putting in the language the Supreme Court requested that we have in there to make it constitutional with the high evidentiary standard that you have to have. and making that code section applicable again. And with that, Mr. President, I'm happy to answer any questions.
You don't appear to have any questions.
I ask for support, Senate Bill 5.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against Senate Bill 576? The chair sees none. Is there objection to agreeing with the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill? All those in favor vote yea. Opposed nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 49, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Chair recognizes the senator from the 37th for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move unanimous consent that Senate Bill 575 be raised from the table.
Mr. Secretary, can you please read the caption?
Senate Bill 575, a bill by Senator Tibbins of the 37th, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 2 of Title 20 of the OCGA relating to elementary and secondary education so as to provide that local school boards of education shall review the financial status of the local school system at least quarterly rather than monthly and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Education and Youth recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Payne of the 54th District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Senator from the 37th has asked for unanimous consent that Senate Bill 575 be raised from the table. Hold on, we got to see if there's any objections. Are there any objections? The chair hears none, and the chair recognizes the senator from the 37th who's ready to go.
Thank you, Mr. President. 575 is a very brief bill. Current code requires school boards to do two things. One is to meet monthly, and there was an addition made that said that they would review the financial statements every month. Due to the irregular cycles and sporadic collection of revenues, monthly statements give a distorted view of the financial health of the district. I changed the bill, took it from monthly statements to quarterly statements, and still that, at best, is not a very accurate report of profit and loss, if you will, of the district. But this goes to quarterly instead of monthly. I ask unanimous consent if you will, if there's no question.
Well, we're going to have to vote on it, so we can't go with unanimous consent, but I see what you're saying. Does any senator yields the well? Any other senator wish to speak for or against Senate Bill 575? The chair sees none. Is there objection to agreeing with the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill? All those in favor vote yea. Opposed nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 41, the nays are 11. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Chair recognizes the senator from the 54th for motion.
Yes, Mr. President, I ask for unanimous consent to have Senate Bill 512 removed from the table.
Mr. Secretary, can you please read the caption of Senate Bill 512?
Senate Bill 512, a bill by Senators Payne of the 54th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Part 1 of Article 2 of Chapter 12 of Title 16 of the OCGA relating to gambling so as to revise provisions relative to dog fighting, to prohibit animal fighting, to prohibit possession or sale of animal fighting-related objects and further purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Agriculture and Consumer Affairs recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Walker of the 20th District Chairman. Mr. President, Senate Committee on Agriculture and Consumer Affairs offered the following substitute to Senate Bill 512, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Part 1 of Article 2 of Chapter 12 of Title 16 of the OCGA relating to gambling so as to revise provisions relative to dog fighting, to prohibit fighting of dogs and gamecocks and further purposes. Mr. President, Senators Harper of the 7th and others offer the following amendment number 1 to amend Committee on Agriculture and Consumer Affairs substitute to Senate Bill 512 by inserting the following off after the word conviction on line 46, provided, however, that no sentence shall prohibit the offender from conduct for which he or she has lawful employment. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Senator from the 54th has asked for unanimous consent that Senate Bill 512 be taken from the table. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the bill is removed from the table. The chair now recognizes the senator from the 54th to speak to the measure.
The room's full of comedians today. Thank you, Mr. President and fellow senators. Today I bring Senate Bill 512. I know this is a laughing matter, and it's very comical to think about the chickens, but in a serious way, this is a serious matter, so I'd just like to bring your attention to it. This bill simply seeks to update the dog statute, fighting statute this body passed in 2008, and only to outlaw cockfighting in addition to dog fighting. Equally significant, this bill also makes it illegal to take a minor to attend any animal fight. The same as dog fighting events once were, cockfighting events are often tied to other serious crimes such as drug trafficking and even human trafficking. And this is the truth, as inhumane activity begets inhumane activity, and violence does beget violence. I had the question asked to me earlier today, well, what about human sports fighting? And I think that that's the difference in where this bill gets real serious. In the human sports fighting, there's not a death involved. And that's what these animals are doing, is they're trained and raised to fight to the death. And surely we are better as a state and a society than that. So I just ask for your favorable consideration on this, and if there's no questions, Mr. President, I will yield the will.
You've got a question. Chair recognizes the distinguished rules chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Yield.
Yes, sir. Of course, for you, sir, I certainly will.
Now, isn't it true that my neighbor has about 100 roosters, and they all have their own apartment complex with a fenced-in area? They're in a gated community, and isn't it true?
The senator knows of which he speaks.
Could you tell me what do you think they might be doing?
In that gated community?
Yes.
I'll let you speculate to what they're doing.
Well, isn't it true that my neighbor said that he needed a good alarm clock for early in the morning, and 100 roosters gives him that? Would that be true?
I know that that's certain for every farm that's ever existed.
Well, this isn't a farm, but they have 100 individual rooms for 100 roosters, and I just was trying to get a good perspective on that. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'm sure your neighbor's happy about you highlighting that. Chair recognizes the senator from the 29th with a question.
Does the senator yield?
Absolutely, sir.
Senator, does your legislation impact the industry here in Georgia that allows individuals to grow roosters and hens and use them for showing in fairs or other types of festivals through 4-H and anything?
Absolutely, in no way. It's the same as people today. It's illegal already on the books to have dog fighting, and people can still show dogs.
Senator, further yield?
Yes, sir.
Senator, is it not true that in many gang activities discovered in rural Georgia that a lot of times those gangs, a lot of the hobbies and weekend things they participate in are the fighting of gamecocks and dogs?
Yes, sir. It is absolutely true.
Is it not also true that drug trafficking and sex trafficking are also involved with those gangs that participate in these activities?
Yes, sir. It's absolutely true.
Thank you, Senator.
There was an article in the AJC just from last year where a major meth lab was busted, and on the premises they also found all the materials and the cocks for cockfighting. So it is related to much more serious crimes.
Would you like to speak to the amendment or?
The amendment is a friendly amendment, and I would ask for your support of amendment number 1 as well. Mr. President, if there's no questions.
You have no more questions.
Thanks, sir.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 7th to speak to the amendment. I was hoping he'd give us more than 50.
Thank you, Mr. President. As the author spoke, Senator from the 54th, he signed the amendment, as did every member of the Ag Committee, except for one member that I couldn't track down. But basically, what this amendment does is ensures that in regards to the underlying bill, it doesn't take away from the intent of the bill, but it just ensures that individuals that may get caught up in this, if they're lawfully employed or owned operations, that they wouldn't lose their job or otherwise lose their source of income, because the word species is pretty overreaching when you read it and you take it in conjunction with the rest of the bill. So it just ensures that if you own a poultry operation or other operations, that you can continue to be employed or continue to own such operation. And that's what the amendment does, Mr. President. I'd be happy to answer questions if there are any.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 42nd with a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the senator yield?
I'll yield.
Thank you, Senator. I'm just trying to make sure I understand your amendment, and I just don't think I do. So I wanted to ask you a question or two. So line 43 says, as part of the court could prohibit the offender from owning, possessing, or exercising control over any animal within the species for which the conviction is based. So your amendment would make it, if you were convicted of dog fighting, you could still work at the chicken factory? Can you elaborate a little bit more?
Well,
for me, please?
yeah, that's exactly. Or if you were convicted of fighting game birds, you could still raise quail, because quail is a form of poultry. It falls in the same species, and you would not be prevented from working on a chicken farm. You would not be prevented from owning a chicken farm, because those are two completely different aspects when you're looking at it, but they do fall in the same species. And so in the committee, we were having a hard time trying to figure out how to say you can't own any animals that would be used solely for fighting. And this was the amendment that we were able to come up with for the today and bring it before the floor to address it. So if I own a chicken farm, I'm not, a judge can't take away my source of income. Or if I work on a chicken farm. You know, poultry's one of our largest ag sectors. We're the #1 poultry state in the nation. And from an agriculture perspective, it's an important industry in Georgia. There are a lot of people employed in the poultry industry. This amendment just ensures that we're not impacting those that work in the industry solely for the production of food.
So it applies solely for the production of food?
It would only apply for those that are lawfully employed in a business that has, and lawful employment is the key word. Because if it's an illegal operation, you couldn't be employed at that operation anyway, and you couldn't go back to operating in that particular business. So lawful employment is important, and a chicken farm would be lawful employment.
Will you yield for another question?
I'll yield.
So if the individual is convicted of dogfighting, they would not be, the court could prohibit them from breeding animals or working as
The
an
court
animal
could,
breeder.
but arguably, if said individual worked on a plantation and used dogs to guide quail hunts, they could continue to use dogs to guide quail hunts because that's their source of income.
Even if they've been convicted of dogfighting. So doesn't that sort of neuter lines 43 and 44?
So, Senator, with all due respect, I'm just trying to ensure people don't lose their source of income, they don't lose their job, they don't lose their farm, they don't lose their business. And the way the underlying bill reads, it is very possible that a judge could take away somebody's livelihood immediately. And with this amendment, it ensures that your livelihood would be able to stay sustained while still being convicted of a crime.
Thank you.
Do you continue to yield?
Mr. President, I yield the well.
Senator has yielded the well. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against Senate Bill 512 or the amendment? The chair sees none. All right, we'll take up amendment number 1 first. Is there objection to adoption of amendment number 1? Chair hears none, and amendment number 1 is adopted. The question now is on the adoption of the committee substitute as amended. Is there objection to adoption of the committee sub as amended? Chair hears none, and the committee substitute as amended is adopted. Is there objection to agree to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed, nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 49, the nays are 2. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Chair recognizes the senator from the 39th for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for unanimous consent to move SB 543 from the table.
Ms. Secretary, can you please read the caption of Senate Bill 543?
Senate Bill 543, a bill by Senators Halpern of the 39th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 4 of Title 51 of the OCGA relating to wrongful death so as to provide that a parent who is determined to be responsible for the homicide of his or her child shall have no right of recovery against the value of the child's life and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Judiciary recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Strickland of the 17th District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Senator from the 39th has asked for unanimous consent that Senate Bill 543 be removed from the table. Is there objection? Chair hears none, and it's taken off the table. The chair now recognizes the senator from the 39th to present the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, this bill, like so many others that we hear in this chamber, starts with a story. And this is a story of family members who've experienced loss, not from natural causes or health or medical reasons, but death by tragedy. The Georgia legislature, in its wisdom, has provided, listen up, thank you. The Georgia legislature, in its wisdom, has already provided that in every case of the homicide of a child, some party should be entitled to bring forth an action to recover for the value of the life of the child. Where that child has no spouse or child of his own, the legislature entrusts that responsibility and benefits to the parents, and the parent would be entitled to bring an action against someone for the wrongful death of the child. But what happens in the case where the parent is responsible for the death of their child intentionally? There is a section in our law that's already codified that says that if a child dies by homicide, of course, the parents can bring that wrongful death claim. In another statute, section 53-1-5, which is known as the Slayer statute, it excludes a killer or slayer from the right to recover from the decedent's estate or to serve as his or her personal representative. But that statute does not explicitly place limitations where the parent is the slayer, and it can be interpreted as conflicting with 19-7-1, which gives the parents this right. From a legal perspective, these two sides can argue different things, and it creates a conundrum sometimes for our judges. This bill simply closes that loop, and it references back to that Slayer statute, and it makes it clear that a parent who is responsible intentionally for the death of their child cannot profit from that death. This is not obviously a complete fix to every legal scenario of a parent-child killing might bring about, but it definitely clarifies an ambiguity that's already in the law. It strengthens the law, in fact, and it would help greatly in providing expedience justice. As we well know, judicial resources are precious, and the clarity this bill brings assists judges to limit the waste of hearings and time and money spent preparing for the same on an issue that should be a no-brainer. Killers should not benefit from their killing. I ask for your favorable consideration of this bill, and I will answer any questions if you have any.
You don't appear to have any questions.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against Senate Bill 543? The chair sees none. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill? All those in favor vote yea. Opposed, nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. For what purpose does the senator from the 25th rise?
Inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Was that the senators from the 39th first bill?
We were just discussing that.
We need to get her back up there, Mr. President.
For what purpose does the senator from the 39th rise?
Such a serious issue that we cannot haze the senator from the 39th on this bill.
That's never slowed anybody down. Chair recognizes the majority leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Isn't it true that she has another bill up for consideration today, and we reserve the right?
I certainly hope the gentleman knows of what he speaks. All right, where are we at here? On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 52, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed quietly. For now. Chair recognizes the senator from the 37th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move that Senate Bill 498 be raised from the table.
Mr. Secretary, can you please read the caption of Senate Bill 498?
Senate Bill 498, a bill by Senators Tippins of the 37th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 14 of Title 20 of the OCGA relating to general provisions relative to education accountability, so as to provide for the recognition of certain accrediting agencies as reliable authorities as to the quality of education offered in secondary schools in this state and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Education and Youth recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Payne of the 54th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Education and Youth offered the following substitute to Senate Bill 498, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 14 of Title 20 of the OCGA relating to general provisions relative to education accountability, so as to provide for the recognition of certain accrediting agencies as reliable authorities as to the quality of education offered in the secondary schools in this state, to provide for the accreditation of secondary schools and local school systems by recognized accrediting agencies, and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Senator from the 37th has asked that Senate Bill 498 be divinely raised from the table. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and it's taken off the table. The chair now recognizes the senator from the 37th to present the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Senate. This bill is more complex than the last bill I brought. It deals with the accreditation of our high schools and our school districts. This is a subject that's very dear to my heart, and it's very important to the livelihood of the state of Georgia. It deals with the quality of education of our high schools, the quality of the education that the students carry with them to the colleges when they go to college. Clearly, this bill deals with the question of academic outcomes, educational outcomes that our high school students gain before they enter post-secondary school. Our colleges require that our high school students come from an accredited high school if they're going to access the Hope Scholarship. If the students go outside of the state, they have to come from an accredited high school. So this is necessary. The problem is somewhere along the way, and I say along the way because SAC started in 1895, and the purpose of it was to guarantee the quality and the uniformity of quality in higher education establishments, to make sure that all of the colleges and universities at that time shared the quality programs. I was having a conversation 7 or 8 years ago, and it was during a period of time when the actions of a school board had come under question from SACS. And I asked a SACS representative, I said, tell me this. I understand their behavior is not very good, but show me where the evaluation of the academic performance of the district is. And they told me at that time, they said, well, we don't analyze that as a component of accreditation. And I was astounded, because that's the core business of education, is academic performance. My bill changes the dynamic on that. On accreditation in the state of Georgia going forward, 80% of accreditation will be based on the academic performance and quality of education of the school district and the high schools within that school district. 20% of the accreditation will have to do with financial accountability and efficiencies. This sounds very simple, but this goes to the heart of what education's all about. It's been my experience of some of the actions that I've seen in accreditation in past years. The accreditation process has much more to do with the behavior of the adults than it does the academic performance of the students. You have to ask yourself the question, what is the quality that colleges and universities are looking for in the students that they admit? It's pretty simple. They're looking for well-educated students that can perform successfully in rigorous college work. What they're not looking for is an evaluation of whether the adults play well together. How do you make a determination if our high schools are successful? It makes me wonder. I know 4 or 5 years ago I had a study conducted on Hope Scholarship. 61% of the students that received Hope Scholarship lost it within 2 semesters, and only 15% of that 61% ever regained it. You know, clearly, many of these students were not adequately prepared for high school rigor. I think we need to refocus. We need to go back and make student performance the assurance of educated students that can perform on college level. Our colleges really don't care how the adults behave one to another. Even in this district, we see divides even in this Senate, we see divides along party lines. That's also true in school boards. And as long as you have partisan politics, you're going to continue to have that. But we need to be looking and evaluating the academic excellence of the district. This bill does that. The metrics that we now have and are being employed does not guarantee that level of performance. Again, look at the number of students who lose Hope Scholarship. Look at fourth grade reading scores. This goes to the heart and soul of what our education should be. This bill focuses on the student. This bill focuses on the future of the state of Georgia and the quality of education they're going to receive. This bill does not take anyone out of business, does not drive anyone out of business. All it does is change the metrics on how districts are going to be accredited. And it's going to be based on the core business of what our district should be about. One thing it does is it makes subject to open records all of the records that the accreditation agency has. And if they, for their general review and any specific reviews, special reviews they may have, all of that subject to open records. It also prohibits accreditation agencies from being able to come in and provide remediation services for pay for deficiencies that they point out in their accreditation. So that way there's no situation where you can say this is a problem and if you pay us enough money we can fix it. I could go on and on. It's getting late, but we need a change in the accreditation model we have. I ask you to vote for this bill. This will be good for the state of Georgia. This will improve our education system because it puts the focus on where it should be. That's the quality of learning that's happening in our school districts. I urge you to vote for the passage of this bill. Mr. President, if there are no questions, I'll yield the wheel.
You have a question. Chair recognizes the senator from the 15th to your right.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Hill.
Absolutely.
Senator, I'm curious. I believe you made the comment that the SACS had a long storied career. It goes way back. And why did they say that they looked at behavior over accreditation? What was the answer?
They just said it was not within the scope of their contract. They said that they could add it, but it was going to cost more. And I told them, you know, in country language, I said, I think you got the cart before the horse. I think the evaluation of academics is much more important than adult behavior that you basically have no control over.
Thank you, Senator. They just ignored it. Thank you, Senator.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You have no more questions. Any other senator wish to speak for or against Senate Bill 498? The chair sees none. The question now is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to adoption of the committee sub? Chair hears none. The committee sub is adopted. Is there objection to agree to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 51, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. For what purpose does the senator from the 40th rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that by unanimous consent, Senate Bill 610 be levitated from the table.
I love your enthusiasm, but before we do that, we're going to take a break for dinner, if that works. So here's the posture of where we're at. We're going to come back at 6:45 and come back in. But in the meantime, the secretary has an announcement to make about a rules meeting.
The Rules Committee will meet at 5:15 in room 450. At 6:15.
Central
Go
time.
get dinner.
Yeah, time change is a little sensitive in this room. The senator from the first knows. All right, so we're going to take a break here at 6 o'clock. Come back at 6:45. If you're a part of the rules process, have fun. All right, the Senate will come back to order. I hope everybody had a good meal. For what purposes? I keep doing this to you. Hold on one second. All right, you've got a supplemental rules calendar that is on your desk. And the motion, the matter to take up on the supplemental calendar is SR 131. For what purpose does the senator from the 53rd rise?
At the appropriate time, Mr. President, I'd like to move to put SR 131 on the table, but I think you have to read the caption first.
Mr. Secretary, can you please read the caption of Senate Resolution 131?
Senate Resolution 131, a resolution by Senators Mullis of the 53rd and others, a resolution proposing an amendment to the Constitution so as to authorize the General Assembly to provide by law for pari-mutuel betting on horse racing and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Regulated Industries and Utilities recommends that this resolution do pass by a committee substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Cowsert of the 46th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Committee on Regulated Industries and Utilities offers the following substitute to Senate Resolution 131, a resolution proposing an amendment to the Constitution so as to authorize the General Assembly to provide by law for pari-mutuel or fixed odds betting on horse racing and for other purposes. Mr. President, Senator Walker of the 20th and others offer the following amendment number 1 to amend committee substitute to Senate Resolution 131 by replacing may with shall on line 11 and replacing may with shall on line 45. That completes the order, Mr. President.
All right, the senator from the 53rd has asked for unanimous consent that Senate Resolution 131 be placed on the table. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and Senate Resolution 131 has been placed on the table. Now the chair recognizes the very patient senator from the 40th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that by unanimous consent, Senate Bill 610 be raised from the table.
I see a theme here. It's very divine. Ms. Secretary, can you please read the caption of Senate Bill 610?
Senate Bill 610, a bill by Senators Harrell of the 40th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 7 of Chapter 4 of Title 49 of the OCGA relating to medical assistance generally so as to require the Department of Community Health to conduct a comprehensive review of provider reimbursement rates for home and community-based services and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Health and Human Services recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Watson of the 1st District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
The senator from the 40th has asked for unanimous consent for Senate Bill 610 to be raised from the table. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and it has been raised from the table. The chair recognizes the senator from the 40th to present the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Senate. We have 7,000 people here in Georgia waiting to receive home and community support waivers. Now, this actually is not the exact problem that Senate Bill 610 addresses, because we have yet another problem, and that's that the people who take care of these people with disabilities are only making about $10 or $11 an hour. So we have a workforce issue for the people, the providers, who help the people with disabilities with their daily living tasks. So what has to happen is our Department of Community Health is responsible for doing provider rate studies that they then turn into the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services. And we have not had a rate study done since 2015, which is, so our rate studies are 7 years old, which is making it difficult to get rate increases. Our rate study is 7 years old, so it's making it difficult to get provider rate increases approved by the feds. So all this bill does is requires, starting in 2024, it requires the department to conduct provider rate studies every 3 years so that we don't get behind in the data that we need to send to the federal government. So I ask for your favorable consideration of Senate Bill 610, and if there are no questions, I yield the well.
You don't appear to have any questions.
Thank you.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against Senate Bill 610? The chair sees none. Is there objection agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 51, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Chair recognizes the senator from the 50th for motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to take from the table Senate Bill 591.
Mr. Secretary, can you please read the caption of Senate Bill 591?
Senate Bill 591, a bill by Senators Hatchett of the 50th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 14 of Chapter 1 of Title 10 of the OCGA relating to secondary metals recyclers, so as to provide that it shall be illegal for certain persons to purchase, possess, obtain, or sell, or attempt to purchase, possess, obtain, or sell, used detached catalytic converters, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Natural Resources and the Environment recommend that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Harper of the 7th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Natural Resources and the Environment offered the following substitute to Senate Bill 591, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 14 of Chapter 1 of Title 10 of the OCGA relating to secondary metals recyclers, so as to provide that it shall be illegal for certain persons to purchase, possess, obtain, or sell, or attempt to purchase, possess, obtain, or sell, use detached catalytic converters, and for other purposes.
Through that code section, Amendment 1 by Harrell.
Mr. President, Senator Harrell of the 40th and others offered the following Amendment Number 1 to amend the Senate Natural Resources and the Environment Committee substitute to Senate Bill 591 by striking lines 144 through 150 and inserting in lieu thereof the following: converter or any non-ferrous parts of the catalytic converter, unless such person is a registered secondary metals recycler in accordance with Code Section 10-1-359.1 and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Senator from the 50th has asked for unanimous consent that Senate Bill 591 be taken off the table. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and it's taken off the table. The chair now recognizes the senator from the 50th to present Senate Bill 591. And to present the amendment number 1.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today I rise to bring Senate Bill 591, Senate Bill 591 is the result of collaboration and negotiation with metal theft stakeholders, which includes various businesses and agricultural organizations throughout the state, such as AT&T, Georgia EMCs, Farm Bureau, Realtors, GMA, home builders, railroads, and many more. What this does is it strengthens our metal theft statute, which we passed back in 2012. One of the provisions in this bill does allow for cash payments for metal if the cash payments are under $100. However, out of an abundance of caution to make sure this doesn't spark additional metal theft, we have carved out some of the most commonly stolen items from the list that can receive cash. Those are catalytic converters, air conditioning coils, copper utility wire, and copper communications wire. There's been a lot of work that's been put into this bill, and we think that we are going to address a big issue across the state and also help out recyclers who are having to write checks for $4 or $5. And Mr. President, if there are any questions, I'm happy to yield. If not, I'll yield the bell.
You don't appear to have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Both work. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? The chair sees none. All right, we'll take up the adoption of amendment number 1. Is there objection to adoption of amendment number 1? The chair hears none, and amendment number 1 is adopted. Now the questions on the adoption of the committee substitute as amended. Is there objection to adoption of the committee sub as amended? Chair hears none, and the committee substitute as amended is adopted. Is there objection to agree on the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 46, the nays are 3. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Chair recognizes the senator from the 41st for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for unanimous consent to lift Senate Bill 468 from the table.
Did you say lift?
Did.
Perfect. Mr. Secretary, can you please read the caption?
Senate Bill 468, a bill by Senators Jackson of the 41st and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Part 1 of Article 5 of Chapter 9 of Title 45 of the OCGA relating to Georgia State Indemnification Fund, so as to provide that death by suicide of a public safety officer in certain instances be considered a death in the line of duty for purposes of indemnification and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Insurance and Labor recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Burke of the 11th District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Senator from the 41st has asked that Senate Bill 468 be lifted from the table. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and it has been lifted off the table. The chair recognizes the senator from the 41st to present the measure. 460.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm presenting to you today Senate Bill 468, which enables families who have a loved one die by suicide who's been serving as a public safety officer to be able to receive funds, the death benefit from the indemnification fund. It's important to note that the leading cause of death for law enforcement officers, second only to COVID, is suicide. This is an endemic problem for our public safety officers, one that we have to work on both sides. We have to make sure we pass policy so that people don't die by suicide, but we also need to pass policies to make sure that their family members are cared for in the event of such a tragic death. I think I'll stop there and I'll yield for questions.
You have no questions.
All right.
Senator has yielded the well. The chair now recognizes the senator from the 56th to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a very difficult subject for most of us to talk about. I myself have lost several people throughout my life who died at their own hand by suicide, and it is tragic, and it is a growing epidemic, sadly, and it is most prevalent in those who have served us in some type of uniform, our military heroes and our first responders. I want to thank the senator from the 41st with her great passion and purpose behind helping these families. She pointed out that it is the #1 cause of death for those in law enforcement behind COVID. It's also the #1 cause of death for firefighters. It is 2 times what the general population is for those that serve as an EMT or a paramedic in our emergency medical services. This is a real problem, and it has attributed typically to PTSD. And for all of us that have served in one way, shape, or form, and there are many in this room, and if I named them all, I'd be remiss to forget one. But if you've served us as a first responder or in the military, most of us have seen things we simply cannot unsee. Even things that I saw almost 3 decades ago, whenever I close my eyes, I still can't make go away. The folks that did this service and then took their own life still made the ultimate sacrifice for us. No matter how you look at this situation, they served us. They were impacted by the most difficult jobs you can possibly have on this planet, and they are no longer with us. And the people that suffered, as the senator from the 41st put it so well, are the families. These are children. These are spouses who are left behind to pick up the pieces. No less a heroic death than those who have died in our community or abroad, serving us in a myriad of ways. I know this is difficult to process, but at the end of the day, these folks did right by us, and it's time we did right by them. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 29th to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to thank the senator from the 41st for this compassionate piece of legislation. When Joe and Gary and Vince decided to, as we call, exit stage left, they chose their own method to go out. It's easy for me to sit down and look at the circumstances surrounding each of their lives and each of their deaths and determine which ones were consumed by what monsters existed. But I know for a fact that 2 of them were consumed by the job. The job that we all started at either the age of 21 or 22, the job that we grew up in, the job that we became conditioned to, and the job that at 40 and 45 and 50 years old, we sat around the table making extremely important decisions, not realizing the darkness that lives inside of all of us after a while. How each of us choose to cope with it is extremely different. Some of us have dark senses of humor, drink a lot of dark coffee, and enjoy laughing. Some of my friends, the monsters that possess them were different. I received the calls before I became a senator and since I become a senator, and I'll never judge my friends until I get on the other side and see where they are, if I'm lucky enough to get to where they are. My destination could very well be somewhere else. But this is important. It's compassionate. And the victims in this are not my friends who sat down next to a tree in a park, who parked his car at a fire station, or who cleaned his house, mowed his grass, put everything in order for his children, and laid in his bed. The victims are the grandchildren, the children, and the spouses they left behind. And we can never, ever pay them enough for the sacrifice that they made. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
Any other senator wish to speak for or against Senate Bill 468? The chair sees none. Is there objection to agree in the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed, nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 48, the nays are 3. This bill having received the requisite constitutional majority is therefore passed. Chair recognizes the senator from the 47th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I guess I'd like to move that we scrape Senate Bill 510 off of the table.
Scrape.
Scrape it.
Mr. Secretary, will you please read the caption?
Senate Bill 510, a bill by Senators Gannon of the 47th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 40-5-24 of the OCGA relating to instruction permits, graduating licensing and related restrictions, and temporary licenses relative to the operation of a motor vehicle, so as to remove a restriction upon the operation of motor vehicles by Class D license holders and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Public Safety recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Albers of the 56th District Chairman. Mr. President, Senators Ginn of the 47th and others offer the following amendment to amend Senate Bill 510 by replacing lines 19 through 31 with the following. B.I. During the 12-month period immediately following issuance of any Class D license, the holder of such license shall not drive a Class C motor vehicle upon the highways and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
I got to give it to the senator from the 47th. I've never heard scraped before. That was pretty creative. Senator from the 47th has asked for unanimous consent for Senate Bill 510 to be scraped off the table. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and it has been scraped off the table. As a reminder, this bill was tabled last Wednesday, and you will not find a copy of it in your book, but there has been a copy placed on your desk by the Secretary's office. Chair recognizes the senator from the 47th to present Senate Bill 510.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Said one of the things that for me, we have some great folks that can do some really good legal work in our legislative council. For me, I want to tell you, I had a constituent that came to me with an issue. His granddaughter was up on the top of Lookout Mountain, said and had to come down the mountain by herself. She was 16 years of age, said had a Class D driver's license,
but was not allowed to have a non-related person in the vehicle with her. And he said, isn't there something that y'all can do to fix that? So I looked at it, said they sat down with legislative council. They came up with what you see in front of the white sheet that says Senate Bill 510. I know we got a lot of lawyers in the room. I'm not one of them. I'm not smart enough to read that. I need to put it in plain English. So I asked for that we pull it off the table and put it on the table last week. You see now amendment number 1. And I want to thank our legislative council for making it read a lot easier. But basically all we're doing is we're saying that what you could do in the second 6 months of having your driver's license by having one unrelated individual in the vehicle, you can now do as soon as you get your license. And for me, I want to say that this is one of those things that's just a constituent issue that I think a lot of people would realize. A 16-year-old, male or female, brand new driver, has got a lot of things on their mind. And for me, I want to try to make sure that they've got somebody there, if they had a flat tire or whatever, that could have their back. They got to go work, change the tire. You know, nobody wants to be out on the road by themselves, and especially a 16-year-old. So I'll ask for your favorable consideration. Thank you, Mr. President. I'll yield the well.
Senator has yielded the well. The chair recognizes the senator from the 56th to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to commend the senator from the 47th, distinguished chairman of the Transportation Committee, for his work on this bill. This is a good bill, and I want you to think about this for a moment. Young person gets their driver's license, and he or she can drive with no one else. But what are the one thing as parents we try to teach our teenagers? Don't be alone, especially a young woman. So in today's model, they're going to drive by themselves. They might be in a parking lot by themselves. They might be in a dangerous area of town by themselves. All we're doing now is we're giving the opportunity to take one person with them. And with this, rather than the second 6 months of having 3 people in the car, we kept it at 1. Because the concern is loading up the car when you're a teenager. But having someone with you, to have your back and to have a companion, will actually ensure safety. I think this is a good bill. I want to commend again the senator from the 47th, and I hope you'll join me in voting for it. Thank you.
For what purpose does the senator from the 29th rise? He waives. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against Senate Bill 510? The chair now recognizes the senator from the 29th to speak to the bill.
I apologize for having to come down to the well. I was going to ask a question of the author, but once he yielded the well, I understand that I was not able to do that. And while we've all been 16-year-olds and 15-year-olds, and in some cases 12-year-olds learning how to drive automobiles, and we understand how intimidating it can be, my concern now is that we allow the individual who is trapped upon the mountain for some reason because they were able to drive up to the mountain, but then once up there, whoever got them up there abandoned them, so they were required to drive down the mountain by themselves. So in order to solve that problem, we're going to place an individual in the vehicle with this person. My concern at this point is that that person could be another 16-year-old or a 15-year-old and something like that. If the person I knew were 21 years of age, an adult or somebody like that who could offer guidance to the young adult or child coming down out of the mountain, then I think I would feel much more comfortable with that. But not seeing that, I would caution my friends and fellow senators to ensure that we're not putting a young driver who could be extremely intimidated driving a vehicle by herself or himself down a mountain at greater risks with the distraction that comes from another child in the vehicle. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the well.
Any other senator wish to speak for or against Senate Bill 510? The chair sees none. The question, we'll take up amendment number 1 first. Is there objection to adoption of amendment number 1? The chair hears none, and amendment number 1 is adopted. Is there objection to agree to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed, nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 38, the nays are 13. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed as amended. Chair recognizes the senator from the 5th.
Mr. President, I urge you for an unanimous consent to move SB 603 off the table.
Mr. Secretary, can you please read the caption of Senate Bill 603?
Senate Bill 603, a bill by Senators Rahman of the 5th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 11 of Chapter 2 of Title 20 of the OCGA relating to public school property and facilities so as to provide for an outdoor learning spaces pilot program and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Education and Youth recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Payne of the 54th District Chairman. That completes your order, Mr. President.
Senator from the 5th has asked for unanimous consent for Senate Bill 603 to be taken off the table. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and it has been removed from the table. The chair recognizes the senator from the 5th to present the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear friends and colleagues, I bring you bipartisan Senate Bill 603, which will create a pilot program at minimum of 2 different schools for outdoor learning spaces and to report their effectiveness. This bill encourages the support of Green Schoolyard pilot around the state as recommended by the Outdoor Learning Study Committee that we had last year. The purpose of this program is to add school-level data into existing state agency and provide and private Green Schoolyard survey tools and maps, providing decision makers with critical information needed for a statewide rollout of Green Schoolyard. Outdoor learning improves educational outcomes by improving children's academic performance, focus, behavior, and love of learning. In fact, economically disadvantaged students experience greater benefits from outdoor learning relative to other students, which could help many children in rural and urban areas across Georgia. Nowadays, kids spend 90% of their time indoors, and much of the time is in front of a screen. Screen time has gone up for most kids during COVID-19. These spaces can be enjoyed by kids, but also by their families and communities during out-of-school time. This will provide Georgian communities with outdoor classroom, native gardens, stormwater capture, traditional playground, equipment, nature play areas, vegetable garden, trails, trees, water feature, and so on. Regular access to high-quality green space inspires strong connection to the natural world, which is crucial to children's physical and mental health. Because of this, my dear colleagues, I think this is a great bipartisan bill that signifies a great opportunity for the students and children of Georgia to be involved in outdoor education outside of indoor class hours and in the world of need of connection with nature. I urge you to vote in favor of this bill. Mr. President, I'll yield for any questions.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 33rd.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the senator yield?
Yes, for the great senator from 33rd.
From the colony state, the crown jewel, Cobb County. Is this your first bill?
First bill presenting in the world, yes, sir. Yes, Senator.
Oh, okay. I have a couple questions
Well, there's
here.
a few more questions that just showed up.
First of all, do you have a fiscal note to show what this will cost to the schools to implement this?
Fiscal note? Well, I thought the senator would be asking all these questions. Fiscal note already left last election year.
Also, what is your research site? Did you go to Dr. Spock to find out whether or not this is applicable to children?
Yes, I had a lot of organization related with the children's and the educators from schools and from university came and testified at the Outdoor Learning Study Committee.
Would Senator yield?
Yes.
I don't see it anywhere on my desk. Do you, Leader?
I'll be glad to provide you, Senator, with the data that I have.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 56 with a series of questions.
Thank you, Mr. President. Does the senator yield?
Yes, for the Senator from 56.
Senator, how long have you served in office at this time?
This is my 4th year, 2nd term.
This is your 4th year, 2nd term. And when you ran for office, Senator, was this on your campaign material that's the most important thing you wanted to accomplish?
Not really.
I appreciate your honesty. Senator, if you further yield.
Of course.
Obviously, you're amending Article 11 of Chapter 2 of Title 20 of the OCGA. Would you please give us a brief summary of that article and chapter for the Senate's edification?
I don't have that in front of me, but I'll be glad to provide you.
Would you further yield, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Did you
Yes,
not
Senator.
come prepared today to present this bill, Senator?
I prepared enough, but not for that particular questions.
All right, Senator, well done.
You're pretty good at this. The chair recognizes the well-heeled senator from the 53rd for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. I actually have a broken heart, but other than that, Senator Yield.
Definitely for the rules chair.
And let me commend you on your display and your presentation. It's outstanding. But let me ask you this. Can you tell me where in your bill the moral turpitude label is at? Could you show me that in your bill?
Well, not really.
Okay. Can you tell me why that you failed to put moral turpitude in such an important piece of legislation? Don't wait on the translation. Give it to me now.
Well, I'm sure that all my colleagues over here don't know the answer anyway. So I didn't need it.
Isn't it true? That was my first question when I was hazed in the well, and haze is illegal, excuse me, when I was certified in the well. And isn't it true my answer was, it's what your mama would told you. So just let you know.
Senator knows what she speaks.
Thank you.
In this late hour, I feel obligated to ask this question. Do you continue to yield?
No.
One more. The chair recognizes the senator from the 50th with a question.
Does the senator yield?
Definitely.
Is it not true that this is a bipartisan bill that'll be good for all children in the state of Georgia and help promote outdoor education and learning?
Absolutely. This is the great bipartisan bill we had today.
Thank you for bringing it.
Thank you.
The senator has yielded the well.
Thank you.
After that thorough vetting, I can't imagine there's any questions, but would any other senator wish to speak for or against Senate Bill 603? Chair sees none. Is there objection? Objection to agreeing the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 48 and the nays are 2. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Before we move on, we want to recognize a special guest with us. Former Senator Mike Pollock is with us on the floor with 2 of his students. Thanks for joining us. Chair recognizes the senator from the 37th. Busy today, are you?
Mr. President, I move that Senate Resolution 623 be raised from the table.
Mr. Secretary, can you please read the caption to Senate Resolution 623?
Senate Resolution 623, a resolution by Senator Tibbins of the 37th, a resolution proposing an amendment to the Constitution of Georgia so as to provide for staggered 4-year terms of office for members of the Senate, to provide for the implementation of staggered terms of office for members of the Senate, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Ethics recommends that this resolution do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Burns of the 23rd District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Ethics offers the following substitute to Senate Resolution 623, a resolution proposing an amendment to the Constitution of Georgia so as to provide for 4-year terms of office for members of the Senate and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Good. Senator from the 37th has asked for unanimous consent that Senate Resolution 623 be once again raised from the table. Is there objection? Chair hears none, and it has been raised. Chair recognizes the senator from the 37th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a very simple bill. I have 2 questions to pose to you, and when you answer them, you will know how to vote on this bill. The first question is, do you believe that the term of office for a Georgia State Senator should be 4 years? And if you do believe that, do you believe that the citizens of the state of Georgia would have the right to pass a constitutional amendment to enable that to happen? If both your votes are yes, vote accordingly. Mr. President, if there are no questions, I will yield the will.
You have no questions. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against Senate Resolution 623? The chair sees none. The question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to adoption of the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. Questions on the adoption of the resolution by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed, nay. The Secretary will unlock the machine. As a reminder, this is a constitutional amendment and requires a 2/3 vote. So many things I want to say right now. On the adoption of the resolution by substitute, the yeas are 49, the nays are 3. This resolution, having received the requisite 2/3 constitutional majority, is therefore adopted. Can't wait to meet the House rep that carries that one. Chair recognizes the senator from the For what purpose does the senator from the 37th rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it too late to amend the bill that was just passed that we could exempt the senators from the 28th, the 27th, and the 51st from the provisions of that bill?
I believe you can make a motion to reconsider and then a motion to table. I'm getting over my skis here. Chair recognizes the senator for the 44th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for unanimous consent to remove Senate Bill 108 from the table.
Mr. Secretary, can you please read the caption of Senate Bill 108?
Senate Bill 108, a bill by Senators Davenport of the 44th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 30 of the OCGA relating to handicapped persons so as to create the Commission for the Blind and the Visually Impaired, to transfer the direction and supervision of Georgia Industries for the Blind from the Georgia Vocational Rehabilitation Agency to the Commission and for the purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Government Oversight recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Harbin of the 16th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Government Oversight offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 108. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 30 of the OCGA relating to handicapped persons so as to create the Commission for the Blind and Visually Impaired, to transfer the direction and supervision of Georgia Industries for the Blind from the Georgia Vocational Rehabilitation Agency to the Commission and for the purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
For what purpose does the senator from the 27th rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. President, isn't it true on the previous bill that the senator of the 28th and I may have actually helped this bill's chances in the House by voting no?
The gentleman probably knows of what he speaks. Still can't wait to meet the House rep that carries it. I've got a couple of recommendations. Senator from the 44th has asked for unanimous consent that Senate Bill 108 be taken off the table. Is there objection? Chair hears none, and Senate Bill 108 is removed from the table. The chair recognizes the senator from the 44th. Sorry about that. That was quite a process.
No problem. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Earlier, I had so many books and computers on my desk that my large book accidentally pressed the button and changed my vote. I want the senator from the 1st to know that I'm a breast cancer survivor, and I certainly support your bill and appreciate you bringing it to the Senate today. Colleagues, I bring you Senate Bill 108. This bill will create the Commission for the Blind and Visually Impaired. Today, the Georgia Industry for the Blind is housed under the Georgia Vocational Rehabilitation Agency, and this would just transfer the supervision. Remember that the money would follow the commission, authorize the commission to license blind persons to operate vending facilities, and transfer the oversight of the delivery of deaf and blind services that lead to maximum independence and employment for individuals with both a hearing and visual loss to the commission. Many persons want to work, they have skills, and they are employable. Those who don't have all the skills they need are willing to learn. And remember that 2 members from this blind community will be appointed by the governor, 2 by the lieutenant governor, and 2 by the Speaker of the House. Now, the purpose for the establishment of the Commission for the Blind and the Visually Impaired is to ensure that people who are blind, visually impaired, or deaf-blind have access from cradle to grave to quality services throughout the state of Georgia so that they may obtain independent living skills, maximize successful career opportunities, and increase independence and self-sufficiency to promote the upward mobility of the consumer as a viable member of the community. Now, we must show compassion and make sure persons who are blind and visually impaired know that we value them, and the Senate has done that. You know, the Rules Committee chairman, even last year, took time and stopped and greeted them. And then this year, the chairman of the committee and the committees and the committee members showed some compassion even when the baby cried. So we just want to make sure that they know that we value them. So I ask for your favorable consideration and your favorable vote on this bill. Thank you very much. And if there are no questions.
You have a question. Chair recognizes the senator from the 29th with a question.
Does the senator yield?
I do.
Senator, this very compassionate and well thought out piece of legislation that you have put together, is it not true that the reason you had to do this is because the current department where this responsibility is currently assigned, that department is failing to do its job?
Senator, this legislation was brought because persons in the community, in that community, felt that they could not get the services they need. As a Georgia State Senator, I am not, as I said in the committee, I am not here to judge the department head or in the department for failing or not living up to their responsibility. But we just want to make sure that they get the services they need. And when we create this commission, we feel that the services will be there for them.
Does the senator yield?
I do.
Senator, is it not true based on the testimony in the committee and not, and your compassionate response was done because of this testimony, but the testimony of those who suffered from blindness or visually impaired issues, that their concerns were that the only way they could get the services that they feel the state is somewhat obligated to provide to them was by you championing the creation of a new commission to address their problems?
That is correct, Senator.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
You have no more questions.
Thank you very much.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against Senate Bill 108? Chair sees none. The question's on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to adoption of the committee substitute? The chair hears none, and the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Question on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 41, the nays are 12. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Chair now recognizes the patient senator from the 43rd.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for unanimous consent to elevate Senate Bill 297 from the table.
Ms. Secretary, can you please read the caption of Senate Bill 279?
Senate Bill 279, a bill by Senators Anderson of the 43rd and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 3 of Title 50 of the OCGA relating to state flag, seal, and other symbols so as to provide for the placement of a monument to honor the original 33 and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Government Oversight recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Harbin of the 16th District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Senator from the 43rd has asked that Senate Bill 279 be elevated from the table. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and it is so elevated. Chair recognizes the senator from the 43rd to present the measure.
I love adjectives. Thank you, Mr. President. Today I present to you Senate Bill 279. And just a little bit of history. Did you know that some of the first black elected state lawmakers in the nation were from the state of Georgia. And less than 2 months after being elected, they were expelled because of the color of their skin. This often moment in Georgia history is referred to as the original 33. The original 33, as they came to be called, were courageous enough to withstand the opposition and petition the courts to intervene. Of the 33, 24 were ministers who, after the court ruling, were reinstated in these legislative halls to serve the state of Georgia. Senate Bill 279, a bipartisan bill, will provide a placard or marker placed inside the Capitol, honoring and commemorating the original 33. Their contribution to this state and this nation is undeniable. I want to say that I appreciate the senator from the 10th, while he served as the chair of the Georgia Legislative Black Caucus, did place a monument and a marker outside on the grounds. However, Senate Bill 279 will bring them inside the Capitol. I ask for your favorable consideration, and if there are no questions, Mr. President, I'll yield the will.
You have questions.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the distinguished senator from the 28th with a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, did I just hear you right? Did you say the senator from the 10th was one of the original 33?
Senator, I
Go
think
ahead and
you,
answer the question.
I knew he's been here long, but I didn't think he'd been here that long.
No, Senator, I stated that the senator from the 10th was a previous chair of the Georgia Legislative Black Caucus, and is the reason why we have the statue outside.
Thank you.
Thanks for clarifying that. The chair recognizes the senator from the 31st with a question.
Senator Yield.
Yes, sir.
Senator, I guess in all seriousness, I do want to commend you publicly for bringing this bill forward. I think this is an important piece of Georgia history that needs to be recognized. I want to thank you and your caucus for doing this work, and I hope the body will unanimously support this bill.
Thank you for your support, Senator.
You have no more questions.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for your favorable consideration, colleagues, and I yield the will.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against Senate Bill 279? The chair sees none. Is there objection to agree in the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none and the main question is ordered. Question on the passage of the bill. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 51, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Chair recognizes the senator from the 53rd.
Mr. President, this is another 29 vote bill, but I move to raise Senate Bill 572 off the table.
Ms. Secretary, can you please read the caption of Senate Bill 572?
Senate Bill 572, a bill by Senators Mullis of the 53rd and others, A bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 11 of Title 48 of the OCGA relating to taxes on tobacco and vaping products so as to provide for the Attorney General to establish a vapor product directory, to require vapor product manufacturers to provide an attestation to the Attorney General, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Agriculture and Consumer Affairs recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Walker of the 20th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Agriculture and Consumer Affairs offered the following substitute to Senate Bill 572, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 11 of Title 48 of the OCGA relating to taxes on tobacco and vaping products so as to provide for the Attorney General to establish a vapor product directory, to require vapor product manufacturers to provide an attestation and certain information to the Attorney General, and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
The distinguished Rules Chairman has asked that Senate Bill 572 be raised from the table. Hold your position. Hold your position. Is there any objection? The chair hears none, and Senate Bill 572 has been raised from the table. Now the chair recognizes the distinguished Rules Chairman. You must have some connections in the Rules Committee. Oh,
Mr. President, I'd like to commend the senator from the 28th.
Senator from the 15th will help you with that.
For running down here. I just can't run tonight. Thank you, my good friend, the Dean of the Senate, picking up my papers. This is a simple bill. It simply requires the Attorney General to have a directory of the legal products and illegal products of vaping. Now, we heard from companies in the committee said they're going to lose business. Well, only those that are using illegal products will lose business. This is simply an easy bill for the Attorney General to put this list on his website. Mr. President, I yield the way unless there are wonderful questions for me.
Let me see here. There's no questions.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate your vote. Only need.
Any other senator wish to speak for or against Senate Bill 572? The chair sees none. Now the question's on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection or adoption of the committee substitute? The chair hears none, and the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agree to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. Question on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed, nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 32, the nays are 19. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Chair recognizes the minority whip for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move or ask for unanimous consent to move SB 227 from the table.
Ms. Secretary, can you please read the caption of Senate Bill 227?
Senate Bill 227, a bill by Senator Jones of the 22nd and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 1 of Title 22 of the OCGA relating to general provisions regarding eminent domain so as to provide for an alternative process for a county, municipality, or consolidated government to condemn certain blighted properties and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Judiciary recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Strickland of the 17th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Judiciary Committee offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 227, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 1 of Title 22 of the OCGA relating to general provisions regarding eminent domain so as to provide for an alternative process for a county, municipality, or consolidated government to condemn certain blighted properties and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Senator from the 22nd has asked that Senate Bill 227 be taken off the table. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and it's removed from the table. The chair recognizes the senator from the 22nd to present the motion, the Senate Bill 227.
Thank you, Mr. President. SB 227 basically changes the definition of blight, which will give counties another tool in their tool chest as far as dealing with what we call these superstructures or dead malls that are basically becoming more prevalent across the state of Georgia and, of course, also the United States. And so it basically just changes that definition of blight, would apply only to commercial properties, and that's the key thing, only to commercial properties, and it would have to be vacant for 10 consecutive years, or or vacant less than 30% occupied for 20 consecutive years. So it's actually a long period of time that this must be done. And the other aspect of it is that if there were any conveyances within 2 years of actually trying to determine this was blight, that actually starts the clock all the way back over to another 10 years or another 20 years. So I think it gives us a good framework to work from. Retail is completely changing as far as not only Georgia but the United States is concerned, and a lot of these superstructures are empty and they kind of take down the whole neighborhood that is there. With that, I'll yield for any questions.
You have no questions.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for your favorable consent. Thank you.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against Senate Bill 227? The chair sees none. The question's on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to adoption of the committee substitute? The chair hears none, and the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 35, the nays are 17. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Chair recognizes the senator from the 22nd again.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for unanimous consent to move SB 537 from the table.
Ms. Secretary, can you please read the caption?
Senate Bill 537, a bill by Senators Jones of the 22nd and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title II of the OCGA relating to agriculture so as to enact the Food Insecurity Eradication Act, to provide a short title, to provide for definitions, to create the Georgia Food Security Advisory Council, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Agriculture and Consumer Affairs recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Walker of the 20th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Agriculture and Consumer Affairs offered the following substitute to Senate Bill 537, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title II of the OCGA relating to agriculture so as to enact the Food Insecurity Eradication Act and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Senator from the 22nd has asked for unanimous consent that Senate Bill 537 be taken off the table. Is there objection? Chair hears none, and it's removed from the table. Chair recognizes the senator from the 22nd to present the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill 537 comes from a bipartisan study committee that we had over the summer, where we were able to travel to Augusta, Valdosta, and also here in Atlanta. And it deals with what we call food deserts or food insecurity. And what this particular bill does is create a food policy commission to actually kind of deal with this particular issue. One of the things among many things that we discovered was this is a very layered issue, and it's going to take more than just one bill to kind of try to correct it. For instance, grocery stores are having trouble keeping or basically getting their WIC licenses. And so one of the things that grocery stores were telling us was there was too much red tape that was going on as far as actually being able to get a WIC license to actually serve customers. And so we actually will make sure that grocery store owners are on there, and also persons from the Department of Labor will be on there so they can basically coordinate that situation. Another issue, of course, is the idea of grocery stores in general. And the fact of the matter is that we have a complex instrument called the New Market Tax Credit, which actually can help with grocery stores. And what we call the Atlanta Emerging Markets was one of the persons that came to testify about that. And so they will actually be kind of advisors to this commission, so we can use that instrument to actually try to get more grocery stores through the use of tax credits. So there are a lot of different layers to this. Another issue, of course, is the issue of farmers markets, so we'll make sure that we have persons there. We had over 60 persons testify from all sorts of fields, whether it was Georgia Chamber of Commerce, whether it was Atlanta Emerging Markets dealing with new market tax credits, whether it was farmers markets, whether it was persons who were more activists in the field. This is basically going to put those persons together to try to come up with good legislation that we can start solving this food desert problem that we have in Georgia, which crosses racial lines and class lines and also party lines. And with that, I'll yield for any questions.
You don't appear to have any questions.
Okay, thank you. I ask for your favorable consideration.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against Senate Bill 537? Chair sees none. The question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to adoption of the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agree in the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 51, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. For what purpose does the majority leader rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
When is the appropriate time to move for adjournment?
You want my personal opinion? No, we have many measures to take up. Many. We'll be here till the late hours of the night. We're still early. It's only 8:03. Chair recognizes the senator from the 35th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for unanimous consent to remove Senate Resolution 613 from the table.
Ms. Secretary, can you please read the caption?
Senate Resolution 613, a resolution by Senators James of the 35th and others, a bill to be a resolution urging the Georgia Building Authority and the State of Georgia ADA Coordinator's Office to meet to develop a plan to make the Georgia State Capitol building more accessible for individuals with disabilities and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Rules recommends that this resolution do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Mullis of the 53rd District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Senator from the 35th has asked for unanimous consent that Senate Resolution 613 be taken off the table. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and it's taken from the table. The chair recognizes the senator from the 35th to present the bill from her desk.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. This resolution urges the Georgia Building Authority in the state of Georgia to make the Capitol Hill, including the Capitol and the Legislative Office Building, handicap accessible and ADA compliant. And both the state and the federal laws are already in place, and they mandate accessibility in a guideline. So I'd like this asks for us to adhere to the ADA and the IDEA compliancy book and guidelines. I've had a bad experience that made me immobile, and unfortunately, you hear beep, beep, beep every time I go somewhere because I can't walk on these marble floors and concrete floors, and I ride the scooter when I'm inside until my mobility problems improve. Then I realized that so many people could not even go up the ramps because those wheelchairs nor the scooter goes up the ramp. The ramps are too steep and they are not ADA compliant. I cannot go in some doors, including the office that I'm assigned, because we cannot get anything through there as well. So I have to end up struggling to get in there. So I look at other people who have even more problems than me with disabilities, and so I want to make sure that we all are accessible. Senator from the 2nd has suggested that we have a may have a suite for people who have mobility problems. Some people just break their leg or have some kind of problem that's very short term. But if we could have one for the Senate and one for the House, and we have them already, it's just moving those people into those places, that we would be able to use the vehicles that we have to use. And so I want to wrap it up by just saying that this bill just encourages and urges us to use the state and the federal laws that mandate the accessibility guidelines and make it compliant to those laws. So we take questions or yield the will.
You don't appear to have any questions.
Thank you. I yield the will.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 2nd to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Senate, colleagues. Senate Resolution 613 is just the right thing to do at this time. We have several members of this esteemed body who have just physical issues. And we should not have a ramp that's not handicap accessible for many of our members. We shouldn't have all of our doors that require someone get out of their buggy or get out of their handicap accessible vehicle to stand up and open up a door. We should allow ourselves under federal regulation, the same federal regulations, to allow handicap accessible doors and ramps in this building. If there are no further questions, it's not just about the senator from the 35th, it's about so many legislators that we need to have handicap accessible buildings and doors throughout this entire building. Are there any questions?
You have questions. Chair recognizes the senator from the 35th or from the 36th with a question.
To Senator Yield, just quickly, it's also true that when we are asking constituents to come to our office to bring issues to us, or a lobbyist to access us in our office, if we're not in a office that has an open door for people with mobility issues, then we're disadvantaging the public, and people who come to the great halls of this Capitol. Isn't that true?
The lady of the 36 knows of which she speaks.
So
Yes.
let us move into compliance with federal law. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 35th with a question.
Thank you. Isn't it true that even some of the lobbyists, like Karen Pope, talked about her uncle James Talanoa, that graduated in 1978 and had the problems with, he was in a wheelchair. And he said that the point of view is that the person is not disabled, but the facility that causes everything is disabled. Isn't that true?
The lady of the 35th knows of what she speaks. We as a body should make this building more compatible for all citizens of this great state. And not only those that are elected, but those that want access into this building that want to see us. If you're handicapped, we should make a facility more compatible for you to come into these doors and to see government in action and to meet your legislators. If there are no other further questions, Mr. President, I yield the will.
You have no more questions. Any other senator wish to speak for or against Senate Resolution 613? Chair sees none. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none, and the report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed, nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. On the adoption of the resolution, the yeas are 49, the nays are 0. The resolution, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore adopted. Chair recognizes the senator from the 39th.
Mr. President, I ask for unanimous consent to move SB 545 off of the table.
Ms. Secretary, can you please read the caption of Senate Bill 545?
Senate Bill 545, a bill by Senators Halpern of the 39th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Part 2 of Article 6 of Chapter 2 of Title 20 of the OCGA relating to competencies in core curriculum so as to require schools to provide training in first aid, cardiopulmonary resuscitation, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Education and Youth recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Payne of the 54th District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
For what purpose does the senator from the 33rd rise? Y'all? He waves. Senator from the 39th, is that? Senator from the 39th has asked for unanimous consent that Senate Bill 545 be taken off the table. Is there objection? Chair hears none, and it is taken from the table. The chair recognizes the senator from the 39th to present her second-ish bill.
Second bill.
Ish.
Second. We don't do anything to anybody when they do their second bill. Just a reminder. Okay.
Can you tell me what code section that is?
Exactly.
We got a couple lawyers in the room.
So I rise today to ask you to vote favorably on SB 545, which is a bill that can help save lives, teach responsibility in our children, and alleviate some of the burden on our overwhelmed healthcare system. So imagine if we could pass a bill with the potential to save thousands of lives and empower our students. And that's exactly what this bipartisan bill would do. It expands our state's existing CPR and defibrillation training to include basic first aid training and recommends a minimum of 1 hour of instruction to these life-saving techniques to 9th and 10th graders who have health requirement. And so that would get us many more students as opposed to just saying 9 through 12. So there was a time when the Boy Scouts and the Girl Scouts of America were filling the gap for that education. At their peak, the Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts had millions of members each. And in just the year between 2019 and 2020, which doesn't even take into account the impact of COVID, membership has dropped 43% for the Boy Scouts, 30% for the Girl Scouts, and now those organizations have barely over 1 million members each. We also know at the same time that we have a shortage of EMTs and paramedics, which also predated COVID. So as a result, many of our young people are now not getting the basic training they need to be prepared for emergency situations. We already know the benefits of CPR, which we added about a decade ago to the requirement, and that training to our educational curriculum almost 10 years ago has helped to ensure that Georgia is able to improve on the figures that show that not even a third of people who have sudden cardiac arrest receive CPR from a bystander. And if that's the case, then only 10% survive. So first aid training prepares us to save even more lives. And for example, the American Red Cross already has a program ready specifically designed for high schoolers called FAST, First Aid for Severe Trauma Training. And it equips young people to save lives, keeps them safe in emergency situations, teaches them how to communicate in emergencies and stop severe bleeding. All of this training is great for students no matter where they live, but I want to point out for those in our rural communities the additional benefit where hospitals have closed and more people than ever are living too far away from immediate life-saving medical care. The longer that people have to spend waiting for an ambulance, the more likely it is that their injuries will worsen. So if COVID-19 pandemic has proven anything, it's that we need to be better prepared for everything. When there are shortages, our healthcare workers must make some of the hardest decisions imaginable, and we can make it a little easier for them with this bill. We have the tools to save lives. Now is the time to make sure those tools are in many hands as possible. I ask for your favorable consideration of SB 545, and I will take any questions if there are any.
Apparently, you must have done a lot better presenting your first bill because you have a number of questions on
I'll
this bill.
take them.
We'll start with the very serious senator from Roswell with a series of questions.
Thank you, Mr. President. Does the senator yield?
I do.
Senator, are you familiar with the Senate Rules 8-1.1?
I am roughly.
Oh, excellent. Would you just mind repeating it for the rest of the Senate for us?
I cannot do that by memory at the moment.
Senator, isn't it true that you're supposed to stay in your seat until recognized by the president's body before walking up to present a bill?
You know what? I
Is that not
thought
true?
because the hour is getting late that I would make the process a little bit more expeditious.
We don't make
and
exceptions.
Get there.
So, Senator, will you further yield?
I do.
So you believe that it's your right to just change the rules based on your
Yeah,
perspective?
I'm usually
Okay.
a rule follower.
All right, Senator. Let's continue on with some more questions here. In your bill in line 13, you say no less than 1 hour. Can you tell me how long the average class is for a 9th or 10th grader?
Well, here's the, yes, it would be to allow them to spend the hour of their class or two in order to be able to get the training. What I was trying to do there, quite honestly, is recognize that when you're teaching kids basic first aid training, and that includes things like choking, bleeding, bruising, sports injuries, that it may actually take more than one class period. But I also didn't want to make it so burdensome that it didn't offer flexibility for our schools to figure out the best way to insert it in.
Senator, isn't it true that the senator from the 7th is very passionate about this issue in CPR? Isn't that true?
I do not know that to be true.
Isn't it true he has his own personal mannequin at home to
Oh,
practice?
yeah. Perhaps so.
Let me look for some serious questions out here. We'll go to the senator from the 53rd, the rules chairman to your left.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Yield,
I do.
are you aware that I was a fire chief once? I was much smaller and thinner back then. And I also was a first responder.
I did not know that.
Okay. Well, I also would, are you aware that I also would jump in the back of an ambulance and do chest compressions for a heart attack victim on the way to the hospital while the paramedics would push drugs and do the ambu bag or breathe for them? Are you aware?
I did not know, but
Well, since your bill is regarding that, could you give us a demonstration on the podium of the correct
Way to do
chest compressions for CPR?
so the interesting thing about my bill is that the CPR is already in the code. The only thing that I am adding is basic first aid training.
And let me thank you for that. Are you aware that the senator asking you questions are the ones who've put that in the code by the vote of these people?
I did not, but see, we're simpatico. I love it.
Beg your pardon?
I still can't get past the fact that you said you used to jump on top of the person
I
in
know.
the back of the ambulance and give chest compressions. That's what it sounded like. We'll stick with trying to look for serious questions here. We'll go with the senator from the 28th with a question.
I was waiting for the senator from the 28th.
I'm sure you were, Senator.
I was.
Does the senator yield?
I do.
Senator, one can only assume, since you're bringing us a first aid and CPR legislation, that you would know CPR and first aid type things. And is it not true this is a bipartisan bill?
It is. This bill passed unanimously out of the Education Committee and had bipartisan support in the introduction of it and the sponsoring of it.
So kind of along those same lines with the senator from the 53rd's questions, you know, in our demonstration of CPR, but I would like to know, in a bipartisan manner, would you perform mouth-to-mouth on the senator from the 53rd and show us what real CPR is?
So here's the great thing about having training. They don't do CPR mouth-to-mouth anymore. It's only chest compressions, and that's part of the reason why actually every single one of us in this body should get renewed training, and that's also why our young people and students need to learn what they're supposed to do and have agency to be able to respond quickly.
Senator, further yield.
That's not a no.
So is it not true that had they passed this law earlier in our careers that perhaps I would have known that?
Yeah, I mean, things change and evolve. This is exactly why we all need to keep up to date on training of these medical emergency
Well, thank you, Senator. I look forward to
scenarios.
your presentation on the matter.
The hour is late, so I feel it pressing to ask this question. Do you continue to yield?
No, I will yield the well and ask for your favorable
Consideration.
Thank you.
Does anybody else wish to speak for or against Senate Bill 545? There's still a few questions left for you. Chair sees none. Is there objection to agree to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. Question on the passage of the bill. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed, nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. For what What reason does the senator from the 32nd rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. President, isn't it true that we have an AED in the anteroom of the Senate?
I'm glad I don't know that, but I'm glad I do now. Can I use that instead of the senator from the 53rd giving me chest compressions? On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 52, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Can't wait for your third one. Chair recognizes the senator from the 44th.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I ask for unanimous consent to remove Senate Bill 491 from the table.
Ms. Secretary, can you please read the caption on Senate Bill 491?
Senate Bill 491, a bill by Senators Davenport of the 44th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 48 of the OCGA relating to revenue and taxation so as to create a qualified down payment savings program to be implemented by the Department of Revenue and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Banking and Financial Institutions recommend that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Burns of the 28th District Chairman. Brass. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Banking and Financial Institutions offered the following substitute to Senate Bill 491, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 48 of the OCGA relating to revenue and taxation so as to create a qualified down payment savings program to be implemented by the Department of Revenue and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Senator from the 44th has asked that Senate Bill 491 be taken off the table. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and Senate Bill 491 is taken off the table. Chair recognizes the senator from the 44th to present the measure.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Colleagues, I bring Senate Bill 491 today. Senate Bill 491, this bill will create a qualified down payment savings program. Now call it the American Dream Down Payment Savings Act, which is similar to the Higher Education Plan, the 529 College Saving Plan that allows the state to establish and maintain a program that creates accounts that are used toward down payment of a home. Now, there are several agencies who have down payment assistance programs, but the difference of this one is pre-tax contributions. The program will allow individuals to make contributions to the account for the purpose of meeting down payment expenses of a designated beneficiary. Your family and friends and you all can make pre-tax contributions to the qualified savings account. You know, many times it is hard for people to save enough money to buy a home and for down payment. So this down payment savings plan will help many persons achieve the American dream of home ownership. We want to help people enjoy the American dream of home ownership. We want to help people, and that's what the Senate does. Thank you very much. And Mr. President, if there are no questions, I yield the well and ask for your favorable consideration and vote on SB 491.
You have no questions.
Thank you.
Senator has yielded the well. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against Senate Bill 491? The chair sees none. The question now is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection or adoption of the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Question on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 49, the nays are 2. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Chair recognizes the senator from the 29th for a motion.
Mr. President, I ask for unanimous consent that Senate Bill 504 be released from the table.
Release, that's a good one. Mr. Secretary, can you please read the caption of Senate Bill 504?
Senate Bill 504, a bill by Senators Robertson of the 29th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 6 of Title 17 of the OCGA relating to general provisions regarding bonds and recognizes so as to redefine the term bail restricted offense and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Judiciary recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Strickland of the 17th District Chairman. Mr. President, Senator Strickland of the 17th and others offer the following amendment number 1 to amend Senate Bill 504 by striking lines 12 through 43, inserting trafficking of persons for labor or sexual servitude, or after line 43 by striking line 44. Additionally, a minority report has been filed and is placed on your desks. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Senator from the 29th has asked for unanimous consent that Senate Bill 504 be released from the table. Is there objection? Chair hears none, and it has been released. Chair recognizes the senator from the 29th to present Senate Bill 504.
Friends and colleagues, I rise today in concerning Senate Bill 504. 2 years ago, we passed legislation that created certain bail-restricted offenses. And at that time, any of those bail-restricted offenses were listed. As we, and you can find that under 17-6-12, what those offenses were. And since that time, we've had individuals attempt to add other felonies to that list. In other words, requiring that if an individual was arrested in Georgia for one of those felonies, they would have to post a bond. Because in the past, what we were finding is that in certain courts, individuals were being assessed bonds, exorbitant bonds, and then being allowed to sign with only their signature. And the public was being misled. The public was being led to assume, or made to assume, that someone who had posted a $50,000 or $40,000 or $30,000 bond on their own signature had actually put money up there, which they had not. So, thank you, Mr. President. So during this session, it was mentioned in one of our hearings that it seemed like every year someone was coming up and attempting to add another felony. And so to address that issue, in speaking to some of those who serve on the bench here in the area, judges, their recommendation was to make all felonies, which there are only a few left off of our list, such as forgery, fraud, felony theft by taking over $500, RICO, bribery, extortion, felony obstruction of a law enforcement officer, and sexual misconduct of a child under 16 are not covered. So to move those over, we decided to change it to where all felonies would require a bond to be released, a bail-restricted offense each felony would become. And so we carried the bill to the Judiciary Committee. After 2 hearings, it passed, and we get here tonight for your consideration. The amendment that is currently being offered to what should be a very simple correction involves a violation under Title 16 in Georgia Code, which is Title 16-5-46, trafficking of persons for labor or sexual servitude. And by passing our legislation tonight, saying that all felonies in the state of Georgia are bail-restricted offenses, you solve the problem that the amendment is trying to solve. But what the amendment does is it leaves those felonies I mentioned earlier out, to include the felony obstruction of an officer and the sexual misconduct with someone under 16 years of age. So I would strongly encourage each of you to vote against the amendment. While reading through the legislation, getting ready, and while reading through the amendment, which I find to be unnecessary, I also was handed a copy of the minority report on SB 504. And while reading through the minority report, as I look down each item, I agree that freedom should never be denied simply because of a person's inability to pay bail. And what we must first understand is exactly what is freedom and when do we attempt or even act as if we're going to sacrifice or surrender our freedom. And one of those occasions is when we choose to go out and violate a law in the state of Georgia, a Title 16. And we're not talking about the freedom that is granted to us upon birth when our umbilical cord is cut. What we're talking about is the freedom that exists amongst all of us that says as we travel each and every day throughout society that we conduct ourselves as law-abiding.
Senator, could you hold for one moment? We're close to the finish here. If we could give our undivided attention to the senator in the well, and let's finish strong here as he presents a very serious measure. Proceed.
The freedom I'm discussing is the freedom that each of us possess as we move about each day unencumbered, following all the laws, the Title 40 laws, the Title 16 laws, and the many other laws, federal and state, that regulate what we are allowed and not allowed to do. And should we violate one of those laws, then we ourselves have impeded our freedom. Even though many times we like to lash out at the government or the government agent who shows up on the scene when we do violate the laws and impedes us from going on about our day, whether it's through standing on the side of the road receiving a citation, or whether it's having handcuffs placed on us and taken to jail and being fingerprinted and released without bond on a misdemeanor charge, or being required to post bond on a felony charge. And remember, these bonds can be anything from a single dollar to $1 million, based on what our infraction might be. Also, in the minority report, I see that almost 2/3 of the people in Georgia jails are awaiting trial and have no conviction. There's a very simple explanation as to why that is true. Georgia jails are not built to house individuals who have been convicted of crimes. They are detention centers holding individuals until their case is adjudicated. This is a common mistake. Jails are not prisons. Prisons are where individuals go once they have been adjudicated and convicted, unless they are sentenced to be housed locally. And if they are sentenced to be housed locally, they have no bond because the courts or a jury of their peers have adjudicated them guilty. So it goes without saying that the majority of individuals held in the county jails in your community have not been convicted of anything. They are waiting to go to trial. The third point, it costs Georgia taxpayers hundreds of millions of dollars per year to hold innocent people in jail. This is a great narrative. If you look at the numbers of how many innocent people are incarcerated in jails or prisons throughout the United States, you may be shocked to know that that number is less than 2% total. That's including those in jail who have yet to have been adjudicated in the court. But the false narrative that is pushed out each and every day through the media through publication of books with limited research, continues to promote the fact that the vast majority of individuals incarcerated in the United States, for some reason, are innocent, as if our law enforcement officers are going out every day and indiscriminately rounding up citizens and placing charges on them without due process or without following the evidentiary rules that exist. Our tax dollars could be better spent on education, transportation, and health care without compromising public safety is another argument. Again, I'm amazed that when the opportunity presents itself and there's advantage in it, individuals want to all of a sudden start worrying about compromising public safety. Anytime we try to strengthen our public safety, we're attacked at every corner. But now, when we're talking about increasing public safety, in the Minority Report, they want to talk about by increasing public safety, we're actually compromising public safety. Again, when it's convenient, their argument evolves. The United States, being the next argument, the United States jails more people than any other nation in the world, even more than China or Russia. So let me get this clear. In human rights, in how we treat people, and who we incarcerate, we are comparing ourselves to the transparent governments of the People's Republic of China and of the state of Russia that is currently invading another country and bombing innocent men, women, and children. Hyperbole at its greatest. And it is actually an absolute embarrassment to even be included in this report at this time when we all know the country that we live in, that has the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution of the United States, and the best due process system in the world, is being compared as a third-place finisher to the People's Republic of China and of Russia. The next one, mass incarceration is the new Jim Crow. It destroys lives and devastates families and communities. Mass incarceration is disproportionately used against black people. Another false narrative. I'll say it again, another false narrative. Mass incarceration means a lot of people get arrested. To arrest somebody, you must have probable cause. To put somebody in jail for a felony, your probable cause must meet a certain standard. It can't be a hunch, it can't be a guess. There's evidence required. There's sworn statements made. There's signatures signed. And if you intentionally lie about any of that, to go back to something my friend from the 22nd said earlier, then you surrender your qualified immunity as a law enforcement officer. The mass incarceration that occurs in this country is the incarceration of the masses, whether they be black, white, brown, or any other color, who commit crimes. We don't have enough law enforcement officers in this country to create some conspiracy where the men and women who wear the badge go out and every day and gather up certain populations and incarcerate them based on a false narrative of hate. The next line, African Americans are only 1/3 of the population in the state of Georgia, yet are 2/3 of the people in Georgia's jails and prisons. If that number is absolutely true, then where is the failure? I can tell you where the failure's not. The failure's not in the criminal justice system, because I've mentioned the standards required to go out and arrest somebody and put somebody in jail. But I'll tell you where the failures are. The failures are in your church, they're in your community, they're in your schools, they're in your homes, and they're in your streets. They are not in public safety. If those numbers are factual, then you know where the repair needs to be done. It's not in the criminal justice system. It's in your churches, it's in your schools, it's on your streets, and it's in your homes. Most people sitting in Georgia's jails are presumed innocent because they have not been convicted. That is absolutely true, because everyone is presumed innocent until proven guilty, which absolutely contradicts the second bullet on the Minority Report. And finally, the next one, the purpose of bail is to ensure appearance in court, not to hold innocent people in jail because they cannot afford to pay. I've told you before, Superior Court judges, and that's who sets bonds on felonies. Not a recorder's court judge, not a traffic court judge, not a probate court judge, but a Superior Court judge. When he or she sets a bond on a felony, they set it based on the type of charge it is. And they are the ones who have asked for the bright line to know, do I set bonds for these? Do I not set bonds for those? They want bright lines. And bail is never done to punish. They can set it at $5, $50, $250, or $100 million based on the crime. They understand that. And freedom should never be based on how much money is in someone's pocket. That's an absolute fact. And in the criminal justice system, it is not. But here's what we have fallen into. We live in a world today where the other side of the aisle has empathy for those who go out and violate the law and no sympathy for the victims of those crimes. And I will tell you, the legislation I have championed over the past 3 years, much of it has been focused on criminal justice reform to help felons find jobs when they get out of prison, to offer hope to those incarcerated. But let me be perfectly clear. I'm a champion of the victims, those men and women who are assaulted each and every day in our community, those men and women whose homes are broken into and things are stolen, children in Atlanta, in Columbus, and in Catala who live in fear for their life. This is a simple piece of legislation asking you to do one thing only. And those who oppose this have chosen to make it something it's not. I spoke to you earlier about courage. Now's the time to continue showing that courage. The amendment is there for one reason, to gut and destroy this legislation, this simple piece of legislation. And the Minority Report is a piece of propaganda written, and believe me, the reason I know, if you want to walk to my office with me, I will show you the books where the misinformation came from, because they're stacked in my office. The bill is a good bill. The amendment is a poison pill, and the Minority Report is meant to mislead. I ask that you support the underlying bill, and with that, Mr. President, I'll yield to any questions. If not, I will yield the well.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 10th with a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Does Senator yield?
Yes, sir, I do.
Senator, there's something that you said that kind of caught my attention. I think you were talking about people of color and the problems that they experience in the prison justice system. Is that correct?
I don't know which specific statement you're talking about, Senator. I don't speak from notes.
Well, I believe you said something that if the problems do exist and it's related to their home, their schools, and their street. Do you remember where they live saying that, Senator?
Oh, I do remember saying that as I was reading through the Minority Report, and it talked about African Americans are only 1/3 of the population in the state of Georgia, yet are 2/3 of the people in jail and prisons. And I said if they want to blame the criminal justice system for those numbers, they are misguided, because in my 31 years of experience of dealing with individuals who are in jails and prisons, I can tell you the reasons that they are there come from the failure of the church, the failure of their homes, the failure in the streets, many, many failures that have nothing to do with the criminal justice system.
Senator, further yield?
I do.
Senator, how many black homes have you lived in? How many black churches have you attended? How many addresses of your homes have been in African American or black neighborhoods?
Senator, I currently live in a neighborhood that is predominantly African American. I grew up in a neighborhood that is predominantly African American. I have family members, and your question is disappointing because of the fact that I was always taught never ask a question that you don't know the answer to. So, Senator, I'll let you off the hook by saying you don't know the answer to the question you asked.
Senator, that's why I'm asking you the question, for you to give me the answer.
No,
that's typically how it's supposed to work. My question was, how many black churches have you attended? How many black homes have you lived in?
Okay,
Do you
I've
mind answering
attended.
those?
I've attended many black churches.
Can you give me, can you expound on it and share with me some of
Sure,
your experiences
sure.
that you had in those black churches?
Absolutely. I was invited to many black churches to discuss crime, to discuss incarceration, to discuss multiple types of programs that were offered in the community, those to help individuals work their way out of poverty. Because if you remember, Senator, I was the one that had the legislation attacking predatory lending a couple of years ago. So I've spent many times in, let me clarify, not only black churches, but black organizations. I've sat down and had conversations with fraternity members from communities of color and not just African American. I've sat down with individuals from the Indian and Asian communities and had conversations with them. I've been involved in many organizations that were extremely diverse and had conversations with many people who did not look like me.
Excellent. Senator, further you?
I do.
Senator, how many criminals did you see in those environments?
I didn't see any criminals in those environments.
Senator, further you?
I do.
Senator, you just blamed the conditions of African Americans' incarceration on those communities, on those institutions, on those homes. Now that you've explained to me your experiences, how many criminals did you see in those
Let me
institutions?
explain to you. You know why I didn't see the criminals?
explain
no,
it to me.
no.
I'm
I'm going to answer your question.
Senator, would you please take a seat for a moment?
I'm asking the question.
No,
please.
you asked a question and stopped. The reason
The chair will pause for a moment. We'll get back to a civilized debate. The senator in the chamber will ask the question. The senator in the well has the right to answer or not answer the question. State your question again, please.
Senator, based on the information you just shared with me and the experiences you've had in those institutions, the black churches, the black homes, African American community, how many criminals did you see in those institutions that you've been so eloquently just explained to me that you're familiar with?
criminals don't go to those institutions, which highlights the failure in those institutions. The criminals are on the street. They are not in the pews on Sunday because the church has failed to go out into the community and bring them into the pews. In the homes I've been in, the criminals are not there. What the criminals have done is they've abandoned their wives and children in those homes. That's why the criminals are not there.
Senator, further you?
I will.
So would the answer be 0?
No, my answer wouldn't be 0.
Senator, further you?
I will, for one more question from this senator.
Senator, in your comments, you related those institutions to the predicament of people of color as it relates to the criminal justice system. Isn't that correct?
No. What I said was...
I'm sorry, did I misquote you? Because you repeated early on what I thought you had said. I thought we had an understanding that you had contributed the high rate of African American incarceration to those institutions. Was I mistaken, Senator?
What you're mistaken in understanding is that every single individual, white, black, or brown, inside of a county jail or inside of a prison are there because of the failures in those institutions that you heard me describe. It is not just people of color that are incarcerated because of failures of churches, failures of homes, absentee fathers, and drugs, and all the other things that come along with that. Now, if you want to yourself say that that is the only group we're discussing, but I promise you, the jails that I've been in and the prisons that I've been in, I have yet to be in one that was 100% made up of one single gender or one single color.
Senator, further you?
I do not.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 17th for a question.
Does Senator yield?
I do.
Senator, even though I have an amendment that guts your bill, I actually have a couple of friendly questions. In looking at the minority report, isn't it true that I think it was 3 years ago, this body passed a bill that actually required judges to consider somebody's financial condition when they look at setting a bail? In other words, someone's ability to pay is actually by law already has to be considered by a court when they're setting a bond for somebody. Isn't that true?
Senator, I believe that was done a long time ago when felons are incarcerated in the Muskogee County Jail. A financial disclosure form, as far as I know, has been filled out for probably over 20 years. Very detailed, almost as if someone were seeking a loan or something like that. And the total purpose is so that the Superior Court judge could have a full understanding of the financial situations of the individuals so that he or she could determine what their ability was to make bond. And so if the body passed something 2 or 3 years ago, I don't recall that at this time, but I do know that in my experience that's been done with a cooperation between the law enforcement agency and the courts for many, many years.
Do you further yield?
I do.
And I think you're correct, because isn't it true that I carried that bill the last year of Governor Deal's term that codified that and put in Georgia code to have in every jurisdiction around our state that somebody's inability to pay a bail will be considered by a court. That way, the kid that has the dad that can pay to get the kid out isn't treated differently from the kid that doesn't have someone there to help get them out of jail. Isn't that true?
That is true.
Do you continue to yield?
I do.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 43rd with a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned that there is failure in the church and in the home and in the community, but is it not true that there is failure in the justice system?
I think to some degree there's failure in the justice system when it comes to certain issues within the justice system. I think funding has been an issue. I think bringing educational opportunities and other rehabilitative type programs into the justice system, we've been very slow in that, and I think there are failures there. But I think as far as getting individuals into the justice system to begin with, the initial contact, most of those are starting with 911 calls for service. The officer, he or she arrives to the scene, makes determinations of if a crime has been committed based on Title 16 or Title 40 in Georgia law. And in those cases, the officers are making these educated guesses based on or these educated decisions based on the parameters put forth by this body. As far as once they get into the system, whether they are adjudicated guilty and transferred to a prison or work camp, in those cases, I think programs for true rehabilitation, there have been failures there.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you. Does the senator continue to yield?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
One last question. Is it not true that people who have misdemeanors are not called misdemeanors? Nor should people with felonies be called felons. Is it not true that there are people with a record of felony or people with a record of misdemeanor?
No, ma'am, that's not true. Individuals incarcerated, when they're referred in certain situations, they can be and have been referred to as misdemeanants, and those charged with felons have been referred to as felons. And that is not a common law term that is used. That is a term that was created in Black's Law Dictionary many years before my mother ever thought about going out and finding a husband.
Thank you, Senator, but I guess my question is, they are people with records and should be referred to as such. Thank you.
You have no more questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. President, I yield the well.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 17th to speak to his amendment, amendment number 1.
Thank you, Mr. President. In full disclosure, yes, the amendment does kill the bill. It guts the bill. The intent of the amendment is to strike every change in the law that's actually in the bill itself. And that's why we have striking lines 12 through 43. It's not meant to strike the existing law. It's to reinstate the existing law and strike the changes that were made, and to add the offense of trafficking of persons for labor or sexual servitude to the list of bail-restricted offenses. Here's why I'm offering this amendment. The Center for the 29th's heart's in the right place. We do have examples of judges that aren't probably using the best discretion when looking at setting bail for individuals. But you have kind of two ways you can approach this. You could hold those judges accountable, and you could leave the current law as it is, where we list every single offense, every felony offense that we want to have a bond tied to it. List those out in the code. Or you do what the Center for the 29th did, which is say every felony in our code. The problem with that is probably sometimes today, many times today, we add more felonies. We're constantly adding more felonies. And what you're doing now is capturing every single thing that's ever a felony and saying a judge does not have discretion in those cases. A judge must now enter a bond in those cases versus leaving discretion with the judge. And so I think it's a great conversation to have. But I think, in my opinion, the better approach is to actually list out the offenses that we think are so severe. This is a charge, by the way, not a conviction, but a charge that's so severe, it shouldn't even be discretion for a judge. These are the offenses that you should have to set the bond in versus over, I've been told, over 500 felonies in our code. It's not just a few others. It's a lot of felonies in our code that we have. And saying now a judge has no discretion. Every single case in front of that judge, they must now have this bond that require somebody to post. With that, Mr. President, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
You don't appear to have any questions.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 56th to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. The hour is late, so I will be brief. I appreciate my friend, the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, the senator from the 17th. However, of course it's severe. It's a felony. That's why we have felonies in the law and we have misdemeanors in the law. If it wasn't such a serious charge, it wouldn't be a felony to begin with. We passed criminal justice reform just a few days ago in this body. Many of you voted for it. In fact, a majority of you voted for it. And that was from feedback from the district attorney that happens to cover this building, prosecutors, judges, law enforcement, and everyone involved in the process. I'm going to tell you something you already know. We have a crime epidemic going on right now. It's happening in each one of your districts. It is the worst it's been in any time that any one of us can probably remember. Einstein's definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. This is holding people accountable up to and including a judge. And we have great judges, but some of them really still want to be a legislator or a social worker. So this is making sure that a felon, no one else, but that high threshold of a felon, has to have a bond. So we don't continue this cycle in the criminal justice system that we're seeing each and every day, because most of the offenders out there are repeat offenders. We talked about this the other day. Either we're going to address the crime problem or we're not. Please vote down the amendment. Vote for this very good piece of legislation. Go back to your districts and tell folks that you care enough to make sure that you're providing the protection they need for them and their family. Thank you. I yield the well.
Any other senator wish to speak for or against Senate Bill 504 or the amendment? The chair sees none. All right, we're going to take up the adoption of amendment number 1. Is there objection to adoption of amendment number 1? There is objection. All those in favor of amendment number 1, vote yea. Opposed, nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. This is a vote on amendment number 1. On the adoption of amendment number 1, the yeas are 24, the nays are 28, and the amendment has failed. We'll now take up the underlying measure. Is there objection or agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill? All those in favor vote yea. Opposed, nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 30, the nays are 22. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Chair recognizes the rules, Chairman. For a motion.
Mr. President, you know, I've had a bad day today, and my friends have deserted me, but I'm determined. I move that Senate Bill nothing be taken off the table.
Thank you for that theatrical performance. Chair now recognizes the majority whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pursuant to Senate Rule 7-1.10, paragraph B, I give notice that at the appropriate time, I intend to move that the Senate consider House action on House Bill 328.
Mr. Secretary, can you please read the caption of House Bill 328?
House Bill 328, a bill by Representatives Mottman of the 17th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 5 of Title 46 of the OCGA relating to telephone service general provisions so as to establish a one-time right-of-way permit fee and reduce annual right-of-way use fees as due compensation paid to municipal authorities by telephone companies and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
The majority whip has given notice that he intends to move on the Senate consideration of House action on House Bill 328. That special action will be on the next legislative day. Chair now recognizes the majority leader.
Mr. President, I ask for unanimous consent that Senate rules be suspended to allow local bills that were filed today be first read and referred to committee.
The majority leader has asked for unanimous consent that the Senate rules be suspended for local Senate bills which were filed today to be first read and referred to committee. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and it is so. Mr. Secretary, can you please read the bills, and we will assign them.
Senate Bill 620 by Senators Harrell of the 40th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to authorize the governing authority of the city of Doraville to levy an excise tax pursuant
Slow go.
Senate Bill 621, a bill to be entitled an act to amend an act creating a new charter for the city of Doraville, approved October 13, 1971.
Slow go.
Senate Bill 624, a bill to be entitled an act to create the City of Cedartown Public Facilities Authority to provide for the appointment of members.
Slow go.
Senate Bill 627, a bill to be entitled an act to amend an act reincorporating and recreating the city of Woodstock, approved April 17, 1975, as amended, particularly by.
Slow go.
Senate Bill 622, a bill to be entitled an act to amend an act to provide for a homestead exemption from the city of Doraville ad valorem taxes for municipal purposes.
Slow go.
That completes the order, Mr. President.
The chair continues to recognize the majority leader for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate stand adjourned until Wednesday, 16 March at 1 p.m.
Mr. Secretary, do you have any announcements?
There are no committee meetings today. However, there are a plethora of them tomorrow, so there is a schedule of those on your desks. That completes the order, Mr. President.
All of the committee meetings are on your desk. They're on a sheet. We're not able to display them. Any senators wish to make an announcement? Chair doesn't see any. Great job today. Very passionate debate. A lot of back and forth. We did a lot of good work today. Thank you so much for all of your participation. The Majority Leader has moved that the Senate stand adjourned until Wednesday, March 16th, 2022 at 1 p.m. All those in favor of that motion signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Thank God the ayes have it. And the Senate stands adjourned.